upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya. Nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Poson para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganon din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Broadcasting live from Moncada, Tarlac, this is your teacher broadcaster, Miss Stanley May Tino All. And you are now tuning in to DZTZ 828 Aral TarlakHenyo and RTV Tarlac, Channel 26 for live streaming. Tarlac time check, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm staying with you until 1:25 p.m. To our listeners out there, I hope you're having a dose of your favorite de-stressors and happy pills. Let's go through this topic and a bucket of wisdom and knowledge, especially for grade 8 students. Once again, this is Teacher Mai, your teacher broadcaster. Happy to be with you today. Let's explore together in English and Afro-Asian literature. Oh, take note. Keep your friends, the learning activity sheets, self-learning modules, pen and paper close to you for this precious learning session to better understand our lesson for today. Sit back, relax, but not too much. Let me guide you in accomplishing our goals today. For us to achieve this, I'm requesting for your active participation. Can you gladly offer that? That's great. Stay with me, okay? Please feel free and comfortable to ask questions by writing them on our comment section. Today, you are expected to compare and contrast own opinions with those presented in familiar text, which will be the literary text entitled My Thai Cat by Prathumrada Zeng. I hope that you'd also be able to appreciate the grand culture and values of Asia, the continent where we live, through our lesson this afternoon. Before we move forward, let me just show you these pictures. They are very cute, right? These are cats, kittens, and puppies of my friends. Do you have a cat? What is the name of your cat? Write them down in the comment box. Those are cute names. Though they seem weird and scary sometimes, I bet that you find them as very lovable pets. Are you someone who adores pets so much? Well, for today's lesson, we are going to explore the world of Seasword, a Thai or Siamese cat who was elected as the Rain Queen in the story of My Thai Cat. As our appetizer for today's meal of knowledge, let's try to guess what the cats say in each of the following pictures. What do you think are they talking about? Let's guess what the cat thinks in the speech balloon by choosing the correct adjective in the given choices. You may write your answers on the comment box so that we may have an interaction. First is from Luna's thoughts. What do you think is the cat thinking about? Correct! She thinks, my human friend is so busy with schoolworks again. Work and learning from home demands too much of attention. Next is from Odin's thoughts. What do you think is he thinking about? Great, that's right. He wanted to say, I'm so bored. This happens when my human friend has the same routine of online class and does not focus on me anymore. Okay, there you have it. For the last lesson, we learned that multimodal texts include picture books, textbooks, graphic novels, comics, and posters. We see this every day and will get to encounter meaningful information and presentation of topics or subjects in either visual, linguistic, auditory, spatial, or even in gestures. Now, at this point, let us lit your wit with a story from Thailand. The vocabulary words in your clever box for today are the following. Since time immemorial, drought, chant, peasants, and grave sin. You will encounter these words in the story, so let's try to find their meanings. Number 1. These refer to laborers or farm workers whose work is of the greatest importance. Correct. Peasant is the answer. Number 2. A prolonged dry period in the natural climate cycle that might have a slow onset disaster characterized by the lack of precipitation resulting in lack of water. Very good. Drought is the answer. Number 3. It is an action that is committed in full knowledge of its gravity and with the full consent and will of the sinner. Nice! You also call that a grave sin. Number 4. It has remained virtually unchanged and had been happening for many centuries. Write your answers in the comment box. Excellent! The phrase is since time immemorial. Number 5. It is a repeated rhythmic phrase, typically one shouted or sung in unison by a crowd. Good! You call that a chant. Great job on that, dear students. You are now ready for the story. The Lit Your Wit for today is entitled My Thigh Cat by the author Pratham Radha Zeng. Seasword, a Siamese cat, was given to Zeng by her father's friend. In 1925, the villagers were so desperate for rain. It is because of the drought they experience. Now, they kept praying to temples. However, nothing happened. Someone suggested them to perform the old Brahmo Buddhist rain ceremony called the Nangmao, the Queen of the Cats. This ceremony had been performed by the peasants since time immemorial. And this is where Seasword comes in. An old lady asked Zeng's father to let Seasword help in the ceremony. At first, Zeng was afraid that Seasword might be killed for an offering. As a tradition, to refuse the will or command of the father was a grave sin. But his father promised him that the cat would not be killed. So, they continued the ceremony. Seasword was put inside the cage and was applied with perfume. The cat misbehaved but later calmed down when Zeng approached it. During the ceremony, the cat fell asleep. The villagers offered their chant until the Siamese cat fell asleep for 3 days. Then, days went by. Rain finally fell. Since then, Seasword was elected as the Rain Queen of their village. Did you enjoy the story? I hope you did. Write your opinions on the comment box. Let me show you a list of transition words you may use in comparing or contrasting your own opinions to the literary text we read today. Transition words that compare show similarities. When there is something similar with regards to the characteristics or qualities of someone or something as compared to you, these transition words should be used. These are similar to or in a similar way. The second one is the same with. Next is in like manner. Next, in the same manner. You may also use likewise. Also, and compared to. Some of the examples are the following. Number 1, similar to the culture of people in other friendly countries, Filipinos accept guests in a hospitable manner. The transition word used here is the phrase similar to. Number 2, the the Japanese people are courteous. In like manner, Koreans are well-mannered. The transition words used to compare is the word or the phrase in like manner. Lastly, Indonesians are warm-hearted. In the same manner, the Thais are kind to tourists and visitors. The transition word here is the phrase or the word in the same manner. Transition words that contrast, on the other hand, show differences or contradictions. When there is something contradictory with regards to the characteristics or qualities of someone or something as compared to you, these transition words should be used. These are different to, opposite to, in contrast to, however, on the other hand, and otherwise. Some of the examples are the following. Opposite to the Western culture's regard of November 1st as Halloween for trick-or-treating, some countries in Asia regard it as religious holiday for their beloved who passed away. The transition word here is opposite to. Number 2. In contrast to the practice of worship in Thailand, cats are regarded here as friends instead of queens. The transition phrase or word here is in contrast to. And last, pets are adorable and cuddly. In contrast, wild animals are scary. Okay, so the phrase that contrasts here is the phrase in contrast. Now let's proceed to the activity. Based on the list in the presentation, fill the blank in each item with the most appropriate transition word to use that shows comparison or contrast. Number 1, do we have the same practice of worshiping here in the Philippines? The statement is, blank, the culture of Thailand, we do not have the same practice of worshiping cats in the Philippines. What do you think is the correct transition word? The answer is in contrast to, or you can also use unlike, though that's not on the list. Number 2, how do we Filipinos and Thais regard cats? Filipinos adore cats so much, blank, how Thais even praise them for drought. So the answer is the answer here is similar to. Filipinos adore cats so much, similar to how Thais even praise them for drought. Number 3. In what way are Filipinos similar to or different from the Thais in terms of praying or worshiping? Filipinos as blank, Thais are religious and sometimes even superstitious. What is the correct answer? You should write here compared to. Let's read. Filipinos as compared to Thais are religious and sometimes even superstitious. There you go. I know you got them all correctly. For an additional activity for extra score, this is only optional. Answer one of the questions in sentence form using any of the transition words listed above. You may ask your teachers, parents, or guardians to check the sentence for you. You may also comment. Do we have the same practice of worshiping here in the Philippines? Do we How do we Filipinos and Thais regard cats? In what way are Filipinos similar to or different from the Thais in terms of praying or worshiping? This time, let's move forward to discussing the reasons why we need to compare and contrast when we read text. We need to compare or contrast to identify the similarities and differences between ideas. Because, number one, comparing and contrasting will also help us better comprehend the issues raised or points made in any reading passage. Number two, these skills are most especially useful when making a stand or giving opinions. Number three, by identifying the similarities and differences between ideas, we as readers can form our own informed and evidence based opinions. And lastly, let me remind you there are many ways to note and present similarities and differences of any expository text using nonlinear text such as graphic organizers, and you will learn it further in quarter 2. For the last part, let's answer these 3 questions. Choose the letter of the correct answer. Number 1. Both Raja Sulaiman and Jose Rizal fought for freedom and independence. What type of statement is presented in this? Is it an A. Argument, B. Comparison, C. Contrast, D. Opinion? The correct answer is B. Comparison. Number 2. Choose which does not belong to the group. We need to compare and contrast persons, things, and ideas in order to A. Draw out information from a text, B. Give an opinion about certain issue, C. Picture similarities, D. Make a Venn diagram. So what is the correct answer? Correct. The answer there is D. Make a Venn diagram. Number 3 and the last one. Listed below are aspects of the culture which are compared among Asian countries like Thailand and the Philippines, except blank. A. Tradition and beliefs, B. Religion, C. Science and technology, D. Pop culture. The correct answer here is, what do you think? The answer is C. Science and technology. Okay, I hope you got them all correctly. Dear grade 8 students, if you have questions and clarifications about our lesson, you can send your questions to your English teachers or ask the assistance of your parent teachers or home learning facilitators. Once again, don't forget to watch us live on Facebook from 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. in the afternoon from Monday to Friday for more exciting lessons in English 8 based on the most essential learning competencies. Please also take time to like and share our Facebook page, RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I hope you learned a lot today and enjoyed the platter of this afternoon's meal of knowledge. This is Stanley Maynool, your grade 8 teacher broadcaster. I hope I indeed lit your wit and updated your clever boxes. Stay safe and God blesses everyone. Again, this is Teacher Mai greeting you a happy day. Until next time, dear students, goodbye!
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday to Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radyo Pilipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gaputan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTZ 828,
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente,
mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Izrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Lahat ng ating mga supportive parents, sa lahat ng mga manonood sa oras na ito, at sa ating mga mag-aaral sa grade 8 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac Province, magandang hapon at welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at DCTC Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. Isang napakagandang araw sa inyong lahat. Tayo pong muli ay naririto na naman at nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi upang maging isang makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kamusta kayo mga ginigilo pong mga mag-aaral? Ang aking pagbati at paghanga sa inyong masidhing pagpupunyagi sa patuloy na pag-aaral upang matuto. Ako nga pala ang inyong teacher, broadcaster ng Grade 8 Araling Panlipunan, Inoong Charlie M. Peralta, na inyong makakasama at inyong magiging gabay sa pagkatuto sa oras na ito. Sa ating pagsisimula ng ating talakayan, nais ko muna kayong paalalahanan sa ating mga dapat gawin. Ang una, siguraduhin na kayo ay nasa komportableng lugar habang nakasubaybay sa ating live broadcast. Pangalawa, ihanda ang inyong module, papel, ballpen, at nagagamitin sa ating pag-aaral. At ang panghuli naman ay iwasan ang paggawa ng iba pang mga bagay at ituon ang inyong sarili sa paksang tatalakayin. Kung meron man kayong nais itanong hinggil sa ating paksang tatalakayin ngayon, ay kayo lamang ay magkomento sa ating pong comment box
At maaari nyo rin po akong i-text sa aking numerong 0909-918-9107. Ating balikan ang ating nakaraang paksang tinalakay sa pamamagitan ng pagsagot ng ating gawain 1. Narito ang mga pagpipilian. A. Pax Romana. B. Roman Republic. C. Tiber River. D. Augustus. E. Hukbong Sandatahan. Atin lamang bubuin ang bawat pahayag upang mabuod natin ang ating paksang natalakay noong nakaraan. Tayo ay pipili sa mga sumusunod na pagpipilian. Number 1, ang Rome ay nagsimula bilang isang lungsod malapit sa blank. Maaari nyo isulat ang inyong mga sagot sa inyong sagotang papel o kaya naman na i-type sa ating comment box. Number 2, maganda ang Rome dahil sa malawak na kapatagan nito. Okay. Ang blank ay may dalawang sangay. Ito ay ang Senate at Assembly. Number 3, ang malakas na blank ng Roma ang pangunahing dahilan ng pangungumpay nito sa pakidigma sa iba pang lungsod-estado sa Italy. Number 4, ang panahon ni blank ay naging simula ng blank, number 5 yon, mula 27 BCE hanggang 180 CE kung saan naranasan ang kapayapaan, kaayusan at kasaganaan ng Roma. Inyo bang nasagot ang lahat ng mga hinahanap nating impormasyon? Ngayon ay ating wasto ang mga sagot ninyo. Ang mga sagot ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang Rome ay nagsimula bilang isang lungsod malapit sa Tiber River. Maganda ang Rome dahil sa malawak na kapatagan nito at malapit sa ilog na daanan ng kalakalan. Number 2, ang Roman Republic ay may dalawang sangay. Ito ay ang Senate at Assembly. Number 3, ang malakas na hukbong sandatahan ng Roma ang pangunahing dahilan ng pangungumpay nito sa pakikidigma sa iba pang lungsod-estado sa Italy. Number 4 at 5, ang panahon ni Augustus ay naging simula ng Pax Romana mula 27 BCE hanggang 180 CE kung saan naranasan ang kapayapaan, kaayusan at kasaganaan sa Roma. Inyo bang nakuha lahat ng tamang sagot? Kung oo, magaling. Kung hindi naman, ay bumawi sa susunod na gawain. Ngayon naman ay ating pong ipagpatuloy ang ating paksa tungkol sa kabias ng Roma, kabias ng Rome. At sa episode na ito, tayo ay bibigyan natin ng pansin ang ikatlong talakayan na tungkol sa pamana ng Rome sa kabihasnan. Tayo pa rin ay alinsunod sa ating Most Essential Learning Competency na ipapaliwanag ang kontribusyon ng kabihasnang Romano. Ang ating talakayan ngayon ay nakabase o nakafocus sa mga sumusunod na larangan. Ating kikilalanin ang mga ambag o kontribusyon ng Romano sa kabihasnan sa larangan ng batas, panitikan, arkitektura, pananamit, libangan, at engineering. Atin ngayong simulan ang batas. Ang larawan na inyo nakikita ay ang tinatawag nating 12 tables o ang 12 tableta na naglalaman ng mga alituntunin sa pagbabatas ng mga sinaunang Romano. Ano ba ang 12 tables? Ang 12 tables ay batas para sa lahat, sinusunod at ipinapatupad para sa lahat. Ito ang ginagamit upang alamin o malaman ang mga krimen at upang matansya ang kaukulang parusa. Nakasaad sa 12 tables ang mga karapatan ng mga mamamayan at ang mga pamamaraan ayon sa batas. ito rin ang naging daan upang ibalanse ang turing ng komunidad sa plebeians at sa mga patricians na ating napag-aralan sa nakaraang episode. Narito ang laman ng bawat table. Table 1, ito ay patungkol sa mga alituntunin kung paano ba isinasagawa ng sinaunang Romano ang paglilitis sa anumang pagkakasala ng isang Romano. Sa table 2 naman, ito ay naglalaman ng mga alituntunin o procedure kung paano ba ang paglilitis sa isang tao. At dito rin matatagpuan ang mga alituntunin kapag ikaw ay nagkasala ng stealing or theft. Sa table 3 naman, ito naman ay patungkol sa pagpapautang o pangungutang. Table 4, ito naman ay tumutukoy sa mga karapatan ng isang lalaki o amang Romano sa kanyang pamilya. Table 5, tumutukoy naman ito sa legal guardianship at inheritance laws na kung saan nakabase sa kultura ng mga Romano, ang mga kababaihan ang may legal na guardianship sa kanilang pamilya. Ito ay nakapaloob sa table number 5. Table number 6 naman ay tumutukoy naman sa mga alituntunin kung paano ba makakakuha ang isang Romano ng kanyang mga properties o mga bagay na pwede niyang ariin. Table number 7, patungkol naman ito sa land rights at sa mga typical na krimen na araw-araw ay nagagawa ng mga ordinaryong Romano. Table 8, ito naman tumutukoy sa mga batas na ipapataw sa mga Romano kung sila man ay hindi sumunod sa mga ipinapatupad na alituntunin ng kanilang komunidad. Table number 9, ito naman tumutukoy sa public law. Ito ay mga simpleng batas. Table 10, sagradong mga batas o mga alituntunin na patungkol sa mga cultural practices nila at sa mga gawain na pangrelihiyon. Table 11 naman, ito naman tumutukoy sa batas na naglalayon na kontrolin ang pag-aasawa ng isang lalaking Romano mula sa patrician at ng babaeng Romano mula sa plebeian at vice versa. At ang table numbers 12 naman, ito naman ay tumutukoy sa mga batas na nagpapatibay sa kapangyarihan ng 12 tables. Ito ang laman ng 12 tables at dito umiikot ang pagbabatas ng mga sinaunang Romano. Sa larangan naman tayo ng panitikan. Nagsimula noong kalagitnaan ng 3 siglo BCE. Ang kanilang panitikan ay salin lamang ng mga tula at dula ng Greece. Kaya nga itinatawag natin ito na Greco-Roman sapagkat ang mga gawa ng mga Romano ay salin. Karamihan ay salin mula sa tula at dula na nagmula sa mga Griego. Greco-Roman. Ito ay sa panahon ni Augustus. Atin ngayong kilalanin, sino-sino bang mga Romano ang naging tanyag sa larangan ng panitikan? Unang-una na rito ay si Marcus Tullius Cicero o mas kilala natin sa tawag na si Cicero. Siya ay isang manunulat at orator na nagpahalaga sa batas at ayon sa kanya, ang batas ay hindi dapat impluwensyahan ng kapangyarihan o sirain ng pera kailanman. Obviously, ang kanyang mga artikulo ay may kinalaman sa kanyang ideya tungkol sa kahalagahan ng batas. Pangalawa naman ay si Publius Ovidius Naso o mas kilala natin sa tawag na si Ovid. Siya naman ang naglahad ng pamumuhay ng mga taong nabibilang sa mataas na antas ng lipunan. Karaniwan sa kanyang mga tema ay tungkol sa mga likhang kaalaman tungkol sa kayamanan, romansa, moda, at iba pang karangyaan. Doon umiikot ang kanyang mga sulatin. Pangatlo ay si Publius Virgilius Maro o si Virgil. Siya naman ay kinilala dahil sa kanyang mga akdang Eclogues, Georgics, at Aeneid. Siya ang author o may akda ng tatlong akda na ito. Ang susunod naman ay si Titus Livius Patavinus o mas kilala sa tawag na si Livy. Si Livy ay isang Romanong manulat o writer ng kasaysayan na sumulat ng isang mahahalagang kasaysayan ng Roma at ng mga taong Romano. At ito ay pinamagatan niyang Ab Urbe Condita Libre o mga aklat mula sa pagkakatatag ng lungsod. Sinundan naman siya ni Publius Cornelius Tacitus o mas kilala natin sa tawag na si Tacitus. Siya ay isang senador at manlalaysay sa Imperyong Roma. At yan ang mga kilalang o tanyag na mga manunulat during the Roman civilization. Ngayon naman ay ating tuklasin ang mga naging ambag ng Roma sa larangan naman ng architecture. Sila ang tumuklas ng simento na karaniwan natin ginagamit sa ating mga tahanan, bahay. Sila ay gumamit ng tinatawag nilang nating stucco. Ito ay isang plaster na pampahid at pantakip sa labas ng pader. Katulad ng inyong nakikita sa larawan. Sila din ang umangkat sa panahon nila ng marmol from Greece to Rome. Isa pa dito ay ang mga arko o mga arc na nasa inyong larawan. Ito ay kanilang natutunan naman mula sa mga Etruscan at ito ay ginamit nila, sila ay nagtayo ng mga arc at ginamit nila sa tarangkahan ng bawat templo na kanilang tinatayo. Andito din ang mga gusali katulad na lamang ng basilika. Ang basilika ay isang bulwagan na nagsilbing korte at pinagpupulungan ng assembly. At isa sa mga alam natin na mga gusali ay ang St. Peter's Basilica na nasa Roma. Next one ay ang tinatawag nating forum. Ang forum, ito ay lugar kung saan ito ang nagsilbing sentro ng lungsod. Dito rin nagaganap dito rin itinatayo ang mga pampublikong paliguan at ang public market sa Roma. Forum ang tawag dito. At isa pa rin yaman ng architecture nila ay ang tinatawag nating Colosseum. Ang Colosseum ay ang pinakatanyag na gusali sa Rome kung saan dito ay sinasagawa ang mga ang gladiator at iba pang mga pampublikong pagpatanghal. Sa larawan ay makikita nyo paano ba ang gladiator? Ano ba ang gladiator? Ang gladiator ay isang bahagi o isa sa mga libangan ng mga sinaunang Romano na isinasagawa sa loob ng Colosseum. Tingnan natin ang larawan sa susunod. Kung mapapansin natin, ang unang larawan may labanan, may nagaganap. So, ang gladiator ay binubuo ng mga alipin o mga nabihag na mga Romano at sila ay pinaglalaban sa loob ng Colosseum. Gladiator. Or sa kabilang banda naman, ang mga alipin o mga bihag ay kakalabanin nila ang mga mababangis na hayop sa loob ng Colosseum. Ganyan kung isagawa ang gladiator. Isa ito sa mga halimbawa ng kanilang libangan pinapanood ng mga Romano. Pananamit. Sa larawan ay makita nyo ang isang Romano. At andito ang tawag natin sa kanyang kasuotan ay ang tunic. Ang tunic naman ay isang kasuotang pambahay na hanggang tuhod ng lalaki. Ito yung suot niya na nasa loob. Okay? Ang nakapatong naman sa kanyang damit ay ang tinatawag nating toga. Ito ay sinusuot sa ibabaw ng tunic kung sila ay lalabas man ng kanilang bahay. Napakahalaga sa isang ordinaryong Romano na suotin nila ng maayos ang kanilang pananamit, sapagkat ang pananamit sa panahon na yon, isa itong pagpapakita ng status mo sa buhay. Sa mga babae naman, may tunic din na tinatawag na nasa larawan. Ito ay kasuotang pambahay kung ang lalaki ay hanggang tuhod. Ang babae naman, ang tunic nila ay hanggang sa paa. Nakapatong sa tunic nila ang tinatawag nating stola. At nakasuot din sila ng palya o yung kasuotang panlabas. At ang huli ay ang larangan ng inhenyeriya or sa engineering. Marami sa mga daan na ginawa nila ay ginagamit pa hanggang ngayon. Halimbawa na lamang nito ay ang Appian Way at ang aqueduct. Sa larawan ay makikita natin sa kasalukuyan ang itsura ng Appian Way. Pero noon, ito ay simpleng daanan lamang nila upang makapangalakal. Magkaroon ng ugnayan para sa kalakalan. Pero sa kasalukuyan, maliban sa kalakalan, kahit sa simpleng transaction lamang o gawain, maaari kang maugnay. Kung ikaw ay nasa Roma, maaari kang maugnay sa timog ng Italia. Ito ay nagsisilbing daan na kumukonekta ngayon sa Roma at sa southern part of Italy. So ito ang Appian Way sa kasalukuyan. Maliban dito, na nagamit din hanggang sa kasalukuyan ang kanilang itinayong mga aqueduct. Okay? Ang aqueduct, ito ay nagsilbing sistema. Magkakaroon ng sistema upang magamit ang kanilang mga tubig sa kanilang mga pananim o sa mga gawaing pang-agrikultural. Dahil sa aqueduct, nadadala ang tubig sa lungsod kung saan ito mas kinakailangan ng mga tao. At yan ang mga naging kontribusyon at pamana ng mga Romano sa kabiasnan sa larangan ng batas, panitikan, arkitektura, pananamit, libangan, at inhenyeriya or engineering na naging mahalaga sa kanilang panahon at naging mas mahalaga sa ating panahon sa kasalukuyan. Ngayon ay dumako tayo sa ating gawain upang sukatin ang inyong natutunan sa ating paksang mga natalak. Para sa ating gawain number 2, ating tukuyin ang mga sumusunod na konseptong inilalarawan sa bawat bilang o item. Narito sa loob ng box ang mga pagpipilian nating sagot. Maaari niyong isulat sa inyong sagotang papel o i-type natin sa chat box ang ating mga sagot. Ready na ba kayo, guys? Yes, ready na ang ating mga mag-aaral. Unang bilang. Okay, ito ay kauna-unahang nasusulat na batas sa Rome at naging ugat ng batas ng Roma. Kaya binigyan ko kayo ng clue. Alright, ang tamang sagot ay tama ang inyong hula. 12 tables. Okay, ang 12 tables, ito ay ang kauna-unahang nasusulat na code of law of a Roman community. Pangalawa, ito ay salitang nangangahulugang putol o di pagsang-ayon. Yan, kung kayo ay nabuhay o isang Romano na nabuhay sa panahon na yan, kapag mayroong isang batas na pinapanukala, kapag sa tingin niyo ay hindi ito angkop sa pangailangan ng lahat, pwede niyo i-veto yan. Okay? Pwede i-veto yung veto. Number 3. Siya ay isang general ng Carthage na namuno sa pakipagkalakalan ng Rome. Wala na iba kundi si Hannibal. Number 4. Ito naman ay tumutukoy sa kasuotang pambahay na ating napag-aralan kanina ng mga lalaking Romano. Walang iba kundi ang tunic. Ito ay hanggang tuhod. Next, number 6. Or number 5. Sa kanila natutunan ng mga Romano ang arc, yung mga arko natin, na ginamit sa paggawa ng mga templo at iba pang gusali. Walang iba kundi sa mga Etruscan. Ang Etruscan ang nagturo o sa mga Etruscan na laman, na-adapt ng mga Romano ang kanilang kakayahan sa paggawa ng mga arko, yung post and lintel. Next one, ito ay nangangahulugan na kapayapaan ng Rome. Yan, so nandyan po yung Pax Romana. Ito ay sa panahon ni Augustus. Number 7, isang amphitheater para sa mga labanan, yan, ng mga gladiator. Alam niyo to, ito ay Colosseum. Ito ay sinasagawa ang gladiator bilang libangan ng mga Romano. Number 8, kasuotan naman ng mga babaeng Romano kapag sila lumalabas ng bahay. So tinatawag natin tong stola. And number 9, ito isang union ng tatlong makapangyarihang tao na nangangasiwa ng pamahalaan. Ito ay ang tawaging triumvirate. And the last number 10, ito ay karaniwang mga kriminal, tinutukoy natin dito sa mga tao, mga kriminal, mga alipin, o mga bihag ng mga Romano na nakikipaglaban sa isa't isa o sa mababangis na hayop sa loob ng Colosseum. Walang iba kundi gladiator. Huwag ninyong kakalimutan ang ating mga mahalagang napag-aralan sa araw na ito. Kung meron man kayong katanungan, huwag kayong mahihiyang magtanong sa ating pong FB page ng RTV Tarlac at maaari niyo akong i-text sa ating numero at ating sasagutin ng buong husay ang inyong mga katanungan. Muli, ako ay masaya at matagumpay natin natapos ang ating pagtalakay sa araw na ito. Tandaan, huwag ninyong hahayaan na hindi nyo ma-share ang anumang lessons for today sa inyong mga friends, sa inyong mga kamag-anak o kakilala. Muli, ako si Teacher Charlie Peralta, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa AP8 na nagsasabing ang pag-aaral ng araling panlipunan ay daan tungo sa pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao, at makabansa. Hanggang sa muli mga TarlakHenyo, thanks and God bless you all.
Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ang ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26
at sa bayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Hello, Tarlakenyos, and good afternoon. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo, here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC 828 Radio Filipino Tarlac. Broadcasting live here in Quezon National High School, Herona Tarlac, via remote live broadcast. I am Teacher Dalia Dancel Ignacio, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for TLE Grade 8 Caregiving. How are you doing today, Grade 8 learners? I hope you're doing well and in good health while learning with us. I'll be with you for the next 25 minutes. So join me for another exciting learning adventure in caregiving. Before anything else, I want you to get your self-learning module 1 in caregiving, learning activity sheets, paper and pen. Also, I want you to be in comfortable place, free of distractions so that you can hear me loud and clear. And lastly, I'm inviting you to actively participate in our session today. If you are watching our FB Live, you can type your answers on the comment section. And for those who are listening to the radio and watching TV, you can write your answers on a piece of paper. And if you have any questions or need clarification on our lesson, please send me a message at 0995-9315-115. And I will answer all your questions immediately following this session. Before we begin with our new lesson for today, let's have a review. If you still remember class, we tackled about the definition of caregiving, caregiver, and what are the responsibilities of a caregiver. I prepared a short activity for you to complete to see if you really understood our previous lesson. Okay, are you ready? Let's have the first one. A person who is qualified to provide personal care independently or with minimal supervision to children, elderly, or people with special needs. What is your answer? That is correct. That is caregiver. Very good. Let me read the second statement. The activity or profession of regularly looking after a child or a sick, elderly, or disabled person. What do you think is the correct answer, class? That's commendable. Our second statement is caregiving. Nice start, dear learners. Let us now proceed with number 3. What are the duties and responsibilities of a caregiver? Okay, so we have here a graphic organizer, class, showing some of the duties and responsibilities of a caregiver. Like we have laundry, cooking, provide medical assistance, and cleaning. Now, did you get the 3 statements correctly? That's amazing. Great job, everyone. Even though our activity is that short and simple, I'm still hopeful that you have refreshed your minds about our lesson last time. So buckle up, everyone, and let's start today's session. At the end of this session, you are expected to identify caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia applicable in a specific job. Second, distinguish the functions of the caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia, and express the importance of identifying and classifying the basic caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. Okay, so before we start with our lesson, let us have a short game. Are you familiar with the 4 picks 1 word, class? Yes, I know you are, so let us begin. Okay, the direction. Guess the similarities of pictures to arrange the jumbled letters correctly. I will give you 3 seconds for each item. Are you ready? Let's have the first one. What is your answer? Very good. The answer is meal preparation. Now, can you identify the objects in the picture, class? So we have here the tongue, the ladle, the chopping board, and the microwave oven. These objects are used for meal preparation. Now, moving on with the second picture. What is your answer? Yes, excellent. That is cleaning. The different objects that you can see in the picture is used in cleaning, like the duster, the broom, the dustpan, and the vacuum cleaner. I know, class, that you are familiar with these objects because you have it at home. Now let us try number 3. So what do you think the answer, class? The jumbled letter is washing. Nice one. You are doing great. What are the objects that belongs here? Can you name some? Yes, very good. We have here the hanger, the laundry basket, the dryer, and the washing machine. Moving on with item number 4. What is your answer, class? That is ironing. Good job, dear students. Do you have this at home, class? Yes, of course, because you always use this object when you are ironing your clothes, like the flat iron, the hanger, the laundry basket, and the ironing board. The last number 5. What is the hidden word, class? So the answer is vital signs. You are doing great. Where did you usually use these objects? Yes, in the hospital or clinic or even at home. Can you name some? We have here the thermometer, the stethoscope, and BP apparatus, which are used in taking vital signs. Good job, dear students! You unlock the hidden words in 4 picks 1 word game. Again, we have the meal preparation, cleaning, washing, and ironing, and vital signs also. The objects that you have identified a while ago are the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in caregiving. Now, class, we will identify caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia according to its types and distinguish its specific functions. Tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. Are these terms the same, class? Let's find out. Tools, equipment are terms that are often used interchangeably without knowing the actual difference between tools and equipment. But in fact, they have different definitions. What are tools, class? Tools are devices used by hand when doing an activity or work. These are designed to do a particular kind of work. It can be considered as extension of the human hand, thus increasing speed, power, and accuracy. On the other hand, equipment usually denotes a set of complements that are used to provide a specific service or function, which include any machine powered by electricity. Whereas paraphernalia are commonly referred to a group of apparatus for a particular activity. These basic materials need always to be sterilized to make them free from bacteria or other microorganisms. I hope you jot down the information shared to you, grade 8 learners, for your future reference. To continue, tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in caregiving are classified according to functions. These functions are namely used for meal preparation, used for cleaning, washing and ironing, and used for taking vital signs. Always remember that there is a need to familiarize the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in caregiving so that we can contribute to the well-being of the persons we are caring. To be more acquainted with caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia, here are the different classification and its function. Okay, caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in meal preparation. Let's have the first one, the air pot. An air pot is a vessel quality or usually rounded which is used for holding liquid to maintain heat or coldness. However, in rural areas or in barrios, some of us are familiar in using thermos in keeping a drink or any liquid hot. Next, we have the blender. It is a kitchen and laboratory appliance which is used to mix, to puree or emulsify food and other substances. Next, we have the coffee maker. It is an electric countertop appliance that brews hot coffee automatically. Then we have the chopping board. A chopping board is a flat wooden or plastic board where meats or vegetables can be cut. Electric knife. It is a kitchen device which is used for slicing food. It requires less physical effort than an ordinary knife and makes neater slices. But you can still use ordinary knives, dear students, in slicing foods if that tool is not available. We have also electric can opener. This is a very useful device which is used to open canned goods with ease and accuracy. Food processor. It is a multitasking tool which is used to slice, dice, or whip food ingredients. Then we have the tongs. A food tong is an instrument with two hinge or sprung arms for grasping and holding. Then we have the ladle. It is a long handled spoon with a deep bowl at the end for serving food, especially broth or soup. Then we have microwave oven. A microwave oven is an oven that uses microwave to cook or heat the food. Then the stove. It is an appliance in which electricity or gas is utilized to supply heat to be used for cooking or reheating. There you have it, the different caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used in meal preparation. Now, let's find out the tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for cleaning, washing, and ironing. Okay, class, let's have first the bottle sterilizer. An apparatus used to destroy microorganisms in a container like baby's bottle through boiling. Then broom. It is a tool which is used for sweeping dirt. It consists of twigs and bristles bound together and attached to a handle. Clothes hanger. A hanger resembles to the shape of person's shoulders and used to hang garments on. Then we have dishwasher. This is a mechanical device for cleaning dishes, eating utensils, and pots. It automatically washes the dishes like plates, the fork, and spoon. The dryer. A dryer is a machine or apparatus that removes moisture through the ventilation or heat. Then we have dustpan. A dustpan is a handled pan or scoop into which dust is swept from the floor. Next, the duster. A duster is a cloth or brush which is used in removing dirt and dust from the furniture. We have also the flat iron. A flat iron is an electric appliance which is used along with ironing board to iron or press clothing and other fabrics. We have also ironing board. This is a long, narrow padded board, often with folded supporting legs, used as a working surface for ironing. Then we have the laundry or sorting basket. A laundry basket is a hamper that is used for holding dirty clothes for washing or wet clothes for drying. It may also be used for sorting clean clothes to be folded. Then we have the vacuum cleaner. It is an electrical appliance which is used for cleaning floors, carpets, and furniture by suction. Then the last one is the washing machine. A washing machine is an electric appliance which is used for washing clothes and linen. Now let's have the common tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in taking vital signs. But first, let us define, class, what is vital signs. Vital signs is a reflect essential body functions. It is a sign that an individual or a person is still alive because of our heartbeat, body temperature, pulse rate, breathing rate, and our blood pressure. The first item, class, is the BP apparatus aneroid or the sphygmomanometer. It is a mercury-free and consists of a cuff that can be applied with one hand for self-testing. A valve that inflates and deflates automatically with the data displayed on an easy-to-read gauge that will function in any position. Okay, next we have the BP apparatus digital. A stethoscope that is built in or attached, and a valve that inflates and deflates automatically with the data displayed on the LCD. Next, we have the BP apparatus mercury. It is a mercury-based unit, has a manually inflatable cuff attached by tubing the unit that is calibrated in millimeters of mercury. During blood pressure measurement, the unit must be kept upright on a flat surface and the gauge read at eye level. Okay, class, next we have the stethoscope. A stethoscope is an instrument which is used for listening to the action of our heart and lungs. It usually consists of a circular piece placed against the chest, with tubes leading to earpieces. Then we have the thermometer. A thermometer is an instrument for measuring body temperature. Nowadays, because of the pandemic, before we can enter to an establishment, we need to check the temperature of that person first. So the normal body temperature of a person is between 36.5 degrees Celsius to 37 degrees Celsius. When the temperature is higher than the given figures, one will be suspect as a carrier of the said coronavirus. So we have to take good care of our health, class, okay? There you got it, grade 8 learners. The classifications and functions of caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia. So class, why it is important to identify and classify the basic caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia and its function. It is a very important responsibility for a caregiver to make sure that he or she may use his exact tools, equipment, and paraphernalia in a specific job. You may become a caregiver in the future, dear learners. Thus, you should be familiar with the different tools, equipment, and paraphernalia that you will use in performing your duty. And you should always remember the safety precautions in using these objects. Now, let us seal your understanding by answering a short activity. I have prepared here a multiple choice quiz to see if you really understood our today's lesson. Are you ready, class? Okay, so let's start. Get your paper and pen and I will read the questions twice. Then write the letter of the correct answer. I will give you 5 seconds to answer each question. Are you ready, grade 8 learners? Okay, let's have question number 1. It is a cloth brush which is used in removing dirt and dust. Again, it is a cloth brush which is used in removing dirt and dust. A. Broom. B. Duster. C. Dustpan. D. Vacuum cleaner. Okay, so let's move to question number 2. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia is used to cook and heat food? Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia is used to cook and heat food? A. Ladle. B. Blender. C. Coffee maker. And letter D. Microwave oven. Next, we have number 3. This device usually found in a clinic, hospitals, or in a barangay health centers used for listening the heart and lungs action. Again, this device usually found in a clinic, hospitals, or in a barangay health centers used for listening the heart and lungs action. Letter A is sphygmomanometer, B. Thermometer, C. Pyrometer, and letter D. Stethoscope. Okay, moving on with question number 4. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia belong to cleaning, washing and ironing classification. Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia belong to cleaning, washing, and ironing classification? Letter A, airpot. B, coffee maker. C, thermometer. And letter D, vacuum cleaner. Okay, last number. We have number 5. Which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for holding and carrying the laundry basket and after wash? Again, which of the following caregiving tools, equipment, and paraphernalia used for holding and carrying the laundry before and after wash? Letter A, flat iron. B, clothes hanger. C, laundry or sorting basket. And letter D, washing machine. Okay, so are you done, dear students? Now, let us check your answers. Let's have number 1. What letter? That is letter B, duster. Number 2, letter D, microwave oven. Number 3, letter D, stethoscope. Number 4, letter D, vacuum cleaner. And number 5, we have letter C, laundry or sorting basket. Okay, so you can count your scores now. So for those who got a perfect score, congratulations, you did a great job. For those who got 3 to 4, very good. And for those who got 2 and below, don't feel bad, but you have to study harder, okay? So that was a great learning experience with you, dear grade 8 learners. Hopefully, you enjoyed our lesson for today. Thank you for listening and for being active in answering our activity. I will be glad to be with you again on our next episode for another exciting topic. This is Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station, sponsored by our ever-supportive Congressman, Honorable Charlie Cuanco of 1st District. Always remember our hashtag, we aim for skills, knowledge, and progress in TLE. I am Teacher Dalia Dansal Ignacio, your grade 8 TLE teacher broadcaster. Don't forget to follow our health protocols. Stay safe until next time. Good day everyone and God bless us all.
Kabahagi mo Radyo Pilipino. Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Anumang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
This is my story. Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga. This is my story. Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story. This is my story. Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. This is my story.
Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on Air. And online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Ngayong Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-rollout ng mga bakuna sa A4 group. Kabilang sa A4, ang essential frontliners tulad ng mga sumusunod. Mga nagtatrabaho sa pribadong sektor na nasa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, GOCCs at local government units. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga informal na sektor sa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. At mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pribadong tahanan. Kaya kung ikaw ay kabilang sa grupong ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU at sa inyong kumpanya upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program, katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag rin kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa rin sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
I'm back! This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Good afternoon, especially to all grade 8 learners. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DZTZ, Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. I am Sir James Patrick Ramos, live at Victoria Tarlac, your teacher broadcaster for Arts Grade 8. Join me as we learn together in this 25 minutes of meaningful discussion. I just want to tell some general reminders. Make sure that you are in the most comfortable place while tuning in into our live stream and television. Also, make sure that you have a copy of your learning activity sheet and compendium of notes in Grade 8 Arts for the second quarter to better understand our lesson for today. I hope Everything is ready. As we begin our lesson, please focus on your learning activity sheet as shown also on my presentation. What do you see and observe in the picture in the preliminary activity? Yes, those are beautiful sceneries and tourist spots. Can you identify the first one? Correct. That is the historic Great Wall of China. What about the second picture? Correct. That is the iconic and highest mountain in Japan, Mount Fuji. What about the last picture? Yes, that is the Palace of Shining Happiness, the Gyeongbokgung Palace in Korea. Arguably the grandest and the most beautiful palace in Korea. Now, can you name again and identify the countries under those beautiful tourist spots? Correct. China, Japan, and Korea are all under East Asian countries, which is our primary focus in our lesson, the arts of East Asian countries. Are you ready to travel and appreciate the arts and culture of East Asia? Okay, let's begin. To start with, did you know that painting started from prehistoric era? Painters used red ink and black pigment. Early paintings often showed hunting scenes of man, chasing various animals such as horses, rhinoceros, lions, buffaloes, and mammoths. These prehistoric paintings were drawn on the walls of caves, black of stone, and found all over the world, including China. The history of Eastern painting is as old as the civilization of China. You can see the sample photo on figure A in your learning activity sheet. Landscape painting was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. They also considered three concepts of their arts, namely nature, heaven, and humankind or yin yang. Nature represents the theme of natural environment like mountains, trees, bamboos, birds, sceneries, and different animals. It has been linked to Taoism philosophy, which promotes harmony with nature. The places we usually see in these magical artworks are usually not real, but completely imaginary and idealized. Heaven represents the motif of sky, God, and supernatural subjects in their painting. Humankind or yin yang symbolizes harmony and balance. This principle is that all things exist as inseparable and contradictory opposites. For example, female, male, dark, light, old, young. In Chinese philosophy, yin yang literally means shadow and light. You can check it out, the symbol of yin yang in your learning activity sheet, figure B. The Chinese art expresses the human understanding of the relationship between nature and humans. Chinese painters used silk as primary medium for making their artworks before. The Han court official Chai Lun invented the paper. It provided not only a cheap and widespread medium for writing, but painting became more economical. Paper is cheaper than silk. Now, I want you to get your pen and paper, then write your full name artistically in 10 seconds. Are you done? Do you know that your beautiful handwriting is considered calligraphy? To the Chinese, Calligraphy is the art of beautiful handwriting. Traditional painting involves essentially the same techniques as calligraphy and is done with brush dip and black or colored ink. In calligraphy, the popular materials which paintings are made of are paper and silk. Poets write their calligraphy on their paintings. You can see the sample photo of calligraphy on Figure C in your learning activity sheet. Did you know that the earliest known Chinese logographs, the ancient writing symbols, the logo represents a specific meaning, while in calligraphy, letters are written to obtain the meaning. Logographs are engraved on the shoulder bones of large animals and tortoise shells or oracle bones. For this reason, the script found on these objects is commonly called jiaguen or shell and bone script. It was said that Kanji, the legendary inventor of Chinese writing, got his ideas from observing animal footprints and birds' claw marks in the sand, as well as other natural phenomena. He then started to work out simple images from what he conceived as representing different objects such as sun, moon, water, mountain, rain, wood, dog, cattle, and horse, as the picture shown on your learning activity sheet, Figure D. To make your painting interesting and realistic, you should apply these 6 principles of Chinese painting established by Shihe, a writer, art historian, and critic in 5th century China. First, spirit resonance, also known as qi or energy. This is by far the most important of the rules, but is also the most difficult to define. Spirit resonance is the energy that flows from the painter to the brush. It is the vitality or life that seems to take over a work of art and propel it in the imagination of the viewer. She has said that if the painting has no spirit resonance, there is no need to look further. The sample picture here is the 13th century Christ era art piece Nine Dragons by painter Shan Rong. Second, bone structure or method. This refers to the way the painter uses the brush. It is the line work used by the painter, as well as the personal style of handwriter of the painter. In Shia's day, calligraphy was inseparable from painting, so bone structure also refers to the calligraphy of the painter. The simple picture here is section of the 4th century Christ era piece Intelligent Lady by Gu Gaisi. Third, correspondence to the object. A relatively simple rule. This means that the object of the painting must look like what is trying to represent. A person in a painting should resemble a person in real life. A tree should resemble a tree. The sample picture here is Peaches in a Dove by Emperor Yuzong in the 12th century Christ era. The painting is an example of literal style of Chinese painting, a style marked by intense correspondence to the object. Fourth, suitability to type regarding color. The choice of color for the piece must be appropriate for what the piece is trying to convey. This includes the layering of color as well as the tone and value of the piece. A piece does not necessarily have color or have realistic color. Rather, the choice of color simply needs to be appropriate. The sample picture here is a detailed image of larger painting Grand Scenery by Song Dynasty artist Wang Shi. Notice that the blues and the greens of the paintings are more fantasy than reality, but they are an appropriate choice as they emphasize the height, distance, and coldness of mountains. Fifth, division and planning, or the composition. Division and planning refers to the way in which objects are arranged the space of the painting. The placement of objects in painting should give some sense of depth or the object's relationship to one another. The size and placement of the objects can also give a sense of hierarchical nature of a piece. Larger objects in the center of the piece are more important than smaller objects to the side. The sample picture here is Six Persimmons, a piece by 13th century artist Moke. Six Persimmons is an example of spontaneous style, and despite its simplicity, it is considered one of the most important works of Chinese art of all time, mostly due to the arrangement of objects in space. Sixth, transmission by copying. Artists should copy from real life and older works. In Chinese tradition, motifs and styles are repeated from years past. It is considered honorable to seek inspiration from past works. Artists often seek to emulate the styles of old masters, an example of Chinese taste of archaism. The sample picture is another work of Gu Gaiji. It's a section of the hand scroll entitled Odd. Again, what are the six principles of Chinese painting? First, spirit resonance. Second, bone structure or method. Third, correspondence to the object. Fourth, suitability to type regarding color. Fifth, division and planning or composition. And lastly, transmission by copying. You can see the sample photo of each principle in your learning activity sheet. I hope that you are still with me. Paintings in East Asia do not only apply on paper, silk, and wood. Performers of Peking opera in China use their faces as the canvas for painting. Peking opera is widely known around the world. Peking opera combines music, vocal performance, mime, dance, and acrobatics in a performance show. Also, Peking opera is done with different colors in accordance with the performing character's personality and historical assessment. The hero type characters are normally painted in relatively simple colors, whereas enemies, bandits, rebels, and others have more complicated designs on their faces. In Peking opera, every paint color on the face symbolizes personality and character in the performance. These are the meanings of colors or face painting in Peking opera. First, Guangzhou. Character represents the color red, which indicates devotion, courage, bravery, uprightness, and loyalty. Second, Wang Pang. Character represents the color yellow, which signifies fierceness, ambition, and cool-headedness. Third, Zhu Wen's character represents the color green, which tells the audience that the character is not only impulsive, violent, and is also lack of self-restraint. Fourth, Zhang Fei. Character represents the color black, which symbolizes roughness and fierceness. The black face indicates either a rough and bold character or an impartial and selfless personality. Fifth, Lian Po. Character represents the color purple, which stands for uprightness and cool-headedness, while a reddish purple face indicates a just and noble character. Next, Chow Chow. Character represents the color white, which suggests treachery, suspiciousness, and craftiness. It is common to see the white face of a powerful villain on the stage. Lastly, gold and silver colors are usually used for gods and spirits. You can see the sample photo of each color and character in packing up around the learning activity sheet, figure F. Now, let's explore architectural design in East Asia countries. You can observe that mostly in their temples. Temples are the usual subject in East Asian painting. Check the sample photo on the learning activity sheet, figure G. Look at the roofs of the temple or building. It sweeps away, right? This is an aspect that you need to remember when painting or drawing East Asian temples. East Asian temples and houses have sweeping roofs because they believe that it will protect them from elements of water, wind, and fire. Buddhists believe that it helped ward off evil spirits, which were deemed to be straight lines. The figures at the tips are called roof guards. There are three main types of roofs in traditional Chinese architecture that influence other Asian architecture. First, straight incline is more economical for common Chinese architecture. These are the most economical type of roofing and most prevalent in commoner architectures. You can see the sample photo on the learning activity sheet, figure H. Second, multi-inclined. These roofs with two or more sections of inclined. These roofs are used for residences of wealthy Chinese. This type of roof construction is usually reserved for temples and palaces, although it may also be found in the house of wealthy. You can see the sample photo on the learning activity sheet, figure I. Third, sweeping roof has curves that rise at the corners of the roof. These are usually reserved for temples and palaces, although it may also be found in the homes of wealthy. These sweeping roofs are usually used for temples and palaces. Buddhists believe that having curved temple roofs would keep evil spirits away. You can see the sample photo on the learning activity sheet, figure J. To sum up our lesson, in a form of recapitulation in our lesson, the history of Eastern painting is as old as the civilization of China. Landscape painting was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. Landscape painting consists of three concepts, namely nature, heaven, and humankind. Childhood invented the paper in which the widespread medium for writing and painting became more economical. Calligraphy is the art of beautiful handwriting, and the Chinese logograph is considered as the ancient writing symbols. There are six principles of Chinese painting. Painting in East Asia do not only apply on paper, silk, and wood. Performers of Peking opera in China use their faces as a canvas for painting. And lastly, on the architectural design in East Asia countries, temples are the usual subject in East Asian painting, which consists of three types. First, straight inclined. Second, multi-inclined. And third, sweeping roof. That is the totality of our lesson for today. Are you still enjoying the exploration of arts and culture in China? Okay, I'm sure that you are enjoying it. Now, I want you to pay attention to the guide question portion in the learning activity sheet and get ready with your pen because I will assess your learning based on our lesson today. I will read the entire question once and you will write your answer on the space provided in each question on the learning activity sheet. After which, we will check your answer immediately. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. Question number 1. It was regarded as the highest form of Chinese painting. Question number 2. It is recognized as the art of beautiful handwriting. Number 3. In Peking opera, this character represents the color black, which symbolizes roughness and fierceness. Number 4. In Chinese temples, it was recognized as the most economical type of roofing and most prevalent in commoner architectures. Last question. It is the ancient writing symbol wherein a particular logo represents a specific meaning. I will give you 15 seconds to finalize your answer. Now, we will check your answer. For number 1, the answer is landscape painting. For number 2, the answer is calligraphy. For number 3, the answer is zhangfei. For number 4, the answer is straight incline. And for number 5, the correct answer is logograph. I know that you did great in your short quiz. Congratulations! For the last part on the reflection portion of your learning activity sheet, I want you to write a short reflection of what you have learned today. Dear grade 8 students, if you have questions and clarifications in our lesson, you can send your questions on my messenger or you may ask your MAPE teacher. For now, like and share our Facebook page and watch us live on Facebook, RTV Tarlac, Channel 26. I hope you learned a lot today. I hope all of you had a great time and enjoyed our lesson. Take note. Every human is an artist. The dream of your life is to make beautiful art. Life is a work of art. If you don't like what you see, paint over it. That's all for today. I am Sir James Patrick Ramos, your arts grade 8 anchor teacher. Until next time, happy listening and have a great day.
Radyo Pilipino. Saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas, saan mang bahagi ng mundo, anumang uri ng pamumuhay, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Sumasahim papawid sa DWPR 1296 Dagupan, DZTC 828 Tarlac, DZLT 1188 Lucena, DZYM 1539 Mindoro, DWRL 1080 Legazpi, DWRN 657 Naga, DYRB 540 Cebu, DYRL 1035 Bacolod, DYRN 1134 Dumaguete, DXCO 1044 Cagayan de Oro, DXGS 765 General Santo, DXOC 1494 Ozami, DXOW 981 Davao at Radio Filipino Podcast Center Manila. Ito ang kabahagi mo, Radio Filipino, napapakinggan on air and online sa buong mundo sa pamamagitan ng www.radiofilipino.com. Impormasyong may kalidad at serbisyong may halaga. Kasama katuwang Kapinoy. Kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino.
Back. This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
Alam niyo ba na ang whale shark ay hindi isang whale? Ang whale shark o butanding ay kinikilalang world's largest fish at tinatawag gentle giants. May sukat itong 12 meters. Maliliit ang ngipin ng butanding, kaya naman planktons o maliliit na hipon at isda lang ang kaya nilang kainin. Simula noong 2011, marami nang nahumaling mag-whale shark watching sa Oslo, Cebu. Alam niyo na, yan ang whale shark!
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid,
Aral TarlakHenyo,
sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sabayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito, sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac,
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro, na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
The word boondocks, which is now part of the English Language Dictionary and Vocabulary, comes from the Tagalog word bundok, meaning mountain. Catch Aral TarlakHenyo every Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. over Radio Filipino DCTC 828 and streamed live on Facebook page and YouTube channel of RTV Tarlac Channel 26. I am Jeremiah Gakutan, your English teacher broadcaster. Let's learn English together only here on Aral TarlakHenyo.
Learners, welcome to another fun and exciting journey of learning in English 9. This is Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. We are also broadcasting live at Converge Cable TV, Channel 100. This is Catherine Zeta D1, broadcasting live here in Josephine M. Coangcon National Technical Vocational High School. Your teacher broadcaster for today. At this point, prepare yourself to an exciting journey in your English subject. Make sure that you have with you your paper, pen, and printed learning activity sheets. Are you ready? Let us begin. In today's lesson, we will check your understanding of what you have learned in the previous episode by engaging yourself on the different activities related to the previous topic that I'm surely you will enjoy. At the end of this lesson, you're expected to analyze literature as a means of understanding unchanging values in the VUCA world: volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Relate the text content to particular dispositions in real life. And illustrate understanding of the literary text through the use of a graphic organizer. In this episode, we will go through the following activities. Activity 1, let's review. Activity 2, spot me out. Activity 3, fleshing out a character. Activity 4, are we the same? Activity 5, where the character. Now, let us recall our previous lesson by answering our Activity 1. Let's review. Activity 1, let's review. Determine if the situation given in each number shows volatility, uncertainty, complexity, or ambiguity. Number 1. Matilda was stressed after having such elegant dress for the party. What is the answer? Comment down your answer in the comment section. Very good. The answer is ambiguity, because Matilda is an ambitious woman who always wants to seek attention and impress other people. Number 2. Victor was hesitant to tell the truth about the missing necklace. If your answer is uncertainty, you are right. Victor is hesitant because he thinks that the necklace is expensive. So he suggested to Matilda to make alibis to her friend while they are looking for the lost necklace. Number 3. Matilda was a gorgeous young-looking woman. She's beautiful and has a loving husband, but always ended up worrying about the things she doesn't have. If you commented volatility, you are correct. Volatility because Matilda is an ambitious woman who wants more than what she has and what her husband can afford to give. Number 4. Matilda was crying after seeing the invitation for the party. What do you think is the answer? Good job! Ambiguity is the correct answer because Matilda was expected to be happy because she always wanted to attend party, but she ended up crying, realizing that she does not have anything elegant to wear. Number 5. Victor was a loving husband. Despite his wife's discontentment, he manages to love and support her until the end. If you commented complexity, you are correct. Victor shows his love to his wife until the end despite of her flaws. Job well done, learners! Obviously, you have understood the previous lesson about buka and the literary text entitled The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. Now, let us proceed in activity 2, Spot Me Out. You are going to identify whether each dialogue depicts volatility, uncertainty, complexity, or ambiguity. Are you ready? Let us start. Number 1. The day of the party drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, uneasy, and anxious. Her dress was ready. However, one evening her husband said to her, "What's the matter with you? You've been very odd for the last 3 days." "I'm utterly miserable and not having any jewels. Not a single stone to wear," she replied. "I shall look absolutely to no one. I would rather not go to the party." What do you think is the answer? If your answer is complexity, you are right. Number 2. "Look here, Matilda," he persisted. "What would be the cost of a suitable dress, which you could use on the other occasion as well? Something very simple." She thought for several seconds, reckoning up prices, and also wondering for how large a sum she could ask without bringing upon herself an immediate refusal, and an exclamation of horror from the careful-minded clerk. At last she replied with some hesitation, "I don't exactly, but I think I could do it in 400 francs." Please comment down your answer in the comment section. If you commented uncertainty, you are correct. Number 3. The other did not recognize her and was surprised at being thus familiarly addressed by a poor woman. "But madam," she stammered, "I don't know. You must be making a mistake." "No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend uttered and cried, "Oh, my poor Mathilde, how you have changed." What is the answer? If you answered complexity, good job! Number 4. Madame Forestier had halted. "You say you bought a diamond necklace to replace mine?" "Yes, you hadn't noticed it?" They were very much alike, and she smiled in proud and innocent happiness. Madame Forestier, deeply moved, took her 2 hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, but mine was imitation. It was worth at the very most 500 francs. What is the answer? If you commented ambiguity, you are right. Number 5. Madame Forestier went to her dressing table, took up a large box, brought it to Madame Loisel, opened it and said, Choose, my dear. First, she saw some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a Venetian cross in gold and gems of exquisite workmanship. She tried the effect of the jewels before the mirror, hesitating, unable to make up her mind to leave them, to give them up. She kept on asking, "Haven't you anything else?" "Yes, look for yourself. I don't know what you would like best." What is the answer? Please type your answer on the comment section. If you answered ambiguity, you are correct. Job well done, learners! Did you get a perfect score? Oh, excellent! It seems that you already know how to analyze literature as a means of understanding unchanging values in the VUCA world. Now, after identifying the dialogues depicted in the literary texts, let us go deeper as we answer Activity 3, fleshing out a character. Activity 3, fleshing out a character. Answer the questions in the skeletal system graphic organizer using the selection entitled The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. As you can see, there are questions in here. Number 1, what does this character think about the society she or he lives in? What plans this character make? Important things she or he said. What is at the heart of his or her personality that causes him or her to act and say what he or she does? What she or he did. What she or he tried to do. What are his or her personality strengths? What are his or her personality weaknesses? I will give you 10 seconds to answer. And write down your answer in the comment section. Great job, grade 9 learners! You were able to complete the skeletal system graphic organizer by answering the questions based on the literary text. Are you excited with our next activity? Alright, our next activity is called Are We the Same? So in this activity, you are going to compare and contrast Matilda's personality with yours using Venn diagram. Very good, learners! You were able to illustrate your understanding of the literary text through the use of the graphic organizers. Now, to further check your understanding of the lesson, you will have another activity as your performance task. Activity 5, wear the character. Make a skit out of the given situation. Record your video in not more than 5 minutes and upload it on your social media account. Be guided by the rubrics below. So this is the situation. In the present generation, where people judge the socio-economic status of a person, an individual tends to make a decision of wanting more than what he or she has, just to impress others. If you were Matilde, what would you do if you borrowed something from a friend and you lost it? To score your performance task, let me present to you the rubric. We have excellent, good, fair, and poor, and each of them has corresponding points. In order for you to get an excellent point under organization, your presentation was very organized and was very easy to follow. Under good, presentation was fairly organized. Under fair, presentation was not clearly organized. And under poor, presentation lacked organization. Now, in order for you to get an excellent point in the character development, you should have exemplary evidence of appropriate acting technique for character development. Under good, sufficient evidence of the appropriate acting technique for character development. Under fair, some evidence of appropriate acting technique for character development. And under poor, no evidence of appropriate acting technique for character development. For you to get an excellent point, under voice, voices were loud and clear. Words were easily understood. Under good, students spoke clearly, but it was difficult to understand some of the script. Could have been louder. Under fair, voice and language was not very clear. Could have been much louder. And for poor, could not understand what was being said due to lack of clarity and low volume of speech. Same as true with time. You have there the indicators on how you will get your point under excellent, good, fair, and poor. Congratulations, grade 9 learners. Indeed, you have a great job today. I hope you have learned a lot in today's episode. Until our next lesson in English Line here in Aral TarlakHenyo on RTV Channel 26, simulcast over DCTC 828 Radyo Pilipino Tarlac. This has been your teacher broadcaster in English, Catherine Zita Tadiwan. Thank you and enjoy learning in the new normal. Until next time, stay safe and healthy. God bless everyone.
Handa ka na bang magpabakuna? Narito ang mga paalala at hakbang na gagawin sa proseso ng pagbabakuna. Bago ang pagbabakuna, kinakailangan mo nang dumaan sa pre-vaccination screening. Kinakailangan kumuha muna ng medical clearance sa doktor ang mga kabilang sa special population tulad ng mga sumusunod. May problema sa immune system, may cancer, may HIV, sumasailalim sa transplant operation, kasalukuyang umiinom ng steroids, mga senior citizens na may special conditions. Step 1. Waiting area. Siguraduhin kayo ay pumunta sa tamang oras at petsa ng inyong schedule sa pagbabakuna. Hindi papayagan ang mga walk-in sa vaccination sites. Maupo sa bakanting upuan alinsunod sa tamang pagkakasunod ng bilang. Hintayin na tawagin kayo para sa susunod na hakbang. Habang nag-aantay, sumunod sa minimum public health standards. Isuot ang face mask at face shield. Sundin ang proper physical distancing at ugaliing maghugas at isanitize ang kamay. Step 2. Registration. Sundin ang mga patakaran ng inyong LGU o vaccination site sa pag-register at ipakita ang inyong government ID. Bibigyan kayo ng kopya ng informed consent form, health screening form, at mga pamphlet tungkol sa bakuna na pwede ninyong basahin. Hintayin na matapos ang proseso ng registration bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 3. Screening. Kayo ay isa sa ilalim sa health screening at tatanungin tungkol sa inyong kalusugan tulad ng history of COVID-19 exposure, history of vaccination, mga gamot na iniinom, kung may allergies at iba pa. Ito ay para makasiguro kung angkop para sa inyo ang magpapakuna sa kasalukuyan. Step 4. Health education. Makinig sa ibabahaging importanteng impormasyon tungkol sa pagbabakuna para sa COVID-19. Kung mayroon pa kayong ibang katanungan, sumangguni sa ating mga vaccination staff. Siguraduhin na pirmahan ang consent form na pumapayag kayong magpabakuna bago pumunta sa susunod na hakbang. Step 5. Vaccine administration. Ito ang panahon kung saan kayo ay babakunahan sa loob ng 1 hanggang 2 minuto. Huwag kalimutan na kunin ang inyong vaccination card pagkatapos matanggap ang bakuna. Step 6. Observation. Alinsunod sa Department of Health, ang lahat ng magpapabakuna ay kailangang manatili sa pasilidad ng 15 hanggang 30 minuto para obserbahan kung may hindi magandang nararamdaman. Ang ating medical staff ay nakatutok sa inyo para ma-monitor ang inyong kalusugan. Bibigyan kayo ng mga pangalan ng health facility o hotline o contact kung saan pwedeng pumunta kung kinakailangang sumangguni dahil sa side effects ng bakuna. Narito rin ang mga paalala na dapat tandaan. Siguraduhin bumalik sa schedule para sa pangalawang dose ng bakuna. Laging tandaan na kahit nabakunahan ka na, ay huwag pa rin kalimutang sumunod sa minimum public health standards tulad ng pagsasanitize ng mga kamay, pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield, at pagdidistansya sa iba ng 1 metro. Ito ay para na rin sa ating proteksyon at sa proteksyon ng iba. Para sa karagdagang impormasyon, bisitahin ang mga sumusunod na pages. Tara sa Vida Vaccination!
Upang matugunan ang mga kinakaharap na pagsubok ng mga guro at mag-aaral sa gitna ng kasalukuyang pandemya, nagsanib tulong sina Congressman Charlie Cojuangco ng unang distrito ng Tarlac, DEPED Region 3 Regional Director Dr. May B. Eclar at Tarlac Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Ronaldo Pozon para sa isang napapanahong proyekto na tinaguriang Project Shine, Aral TarlakHenyo. Ang mga mag-aaral ng Grade 4 at Grade 5, ganun din ang Grades 8 and 9 sa buong probinsya ng Tarlac, kasalukuyang sumasailalim sa radio-based instruction. Katuwang ang himpilang DZTZ 828 kHz AM at RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Ang Tarlac po nangunguna po ngayon pagdating po sa radio-based instruction. Marami pong humahanga sa atin. I'm very happy this station, itong DCTC, could reach the whole of Region 3. Hindi natin alam, we are contributing. We are creating a very big dent in the history of Philippine education. And I am proud. I am here in Tarlac. This is the noble cause of education in which you and I, without you knowing it, we are bound to do.
Project natin na Project Shine is a natural consequence dahil sa nangyari sa buong mundo. Let's continue to work together. I think it's very Filipino to practice bayanihan in anything or most of the things that we do. And this is a manifestation of that. No? We have private sector, we have DEPED, we have local government, all working together. And I hope the parents of some of these children, especially the parents that did not graduate from school or hindi nakapag-aral nung sila ay bata, sana naman gamitin na nila itong opportunity na mag-schooling na rin sila kasama ng mga anak nila para mag-bonding pati ang mga magulang sa mga bata. I look at this as doing God's work. Diba? So if you do God's work, it feels right. It's righteous. It's for good, not for evil.
Good morning and happy learning, grade 4. Welcome to
Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
Simulcast over DZTZ 828. Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I am Teacher Mercy Pacheco Bognot.
This is Alistair Aidatu.
I am Marie Josephine B. Andrade.
I am Teacher Princess Marie M. Dueñas, and I will be your teacher broadcaster for today.
Alam niyo ba na ang salitang yoyo at ang makabagong bersyon nito ay naimbento ng isang Pilipinong nagngangalang Pedro Flores? Taong 1920s nang dinala ni Flores ang laruang ito sa Estados Unidos. Sinimulan niya ang paggawa nito sa kanyang maliit na pabrika sa California at ipinakita sa mga tao ang iba't ibang tricks ng paggamit nito. Alam mo na, yan ang yoyo!
Alam niyo ba na ang gitnang Luzon ay tinaguri ang banga ng bigas ng bayan at kamalig ng palay ng Pilipinas dahil dito nagbumula ang malaking produksyon ng bigas sa ating bansa. Ito ay binubuo ng mga lalawigan ng Aurora, Bataan, Pampanga, Nueva Ecija, Zambales at Tarlac. Ugaliin nating manood ng Aral TarlakHenyo Lunes hanggang Biyernes alas 8:30 ng umaga hanggang alas 5:30 ng hapon. Ako si Binibining Pia Isrin Capiral, ang inyong teacher broadcaster sa Araling Panlipunan dito sa Project Shine Aral TarlakHenyo. Lagi nating tandaan ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay tungo sa daan ng pagiging makadiyos, makakalikasan, makatao at makabansa.
Welcome sa ating Aral TarlakHenyo ng Schools Division of Tarlac Province. Hatid sa inyo ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26 at ng DZTC 828 Radyo Filipino Tarlac. Magandang araw! Narito na naman tayo, nagsisikap at nagpupunyagi na maging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Kumusta na kayo, mga ginigiliw kong mag-aaral? Nagbabalik ang inyong gurong ekonomista, Ginang Geraldine P. Bandales, upang muling maghatid sa inyo ng Araling Sosyal, kaugnay sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, broadcasting live mula dito sa Vargas High School. Narito ako upang samahan at gabayan kayong maunawaan ang ating aralin para sa araw na ito. Siguraduhin nasa komportable kayong lugar ngayon at maayos na napapanood at napapakinggan ang ating live broadcast. Sa puntong ito, nais kong kunin ninyo ang inyong module sa Araling Panlipunan para sa ikalawang markahan, ikatlong linggo, at ikaunang araw na may paksang supply. Ihanda na rin ang inyong ballpen at sulatang papel upang maitala ang mahalagang impormasyon o konsepto na aking bibigyang diin. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating talakayan ngayong araw, ay alalahanin muna natin ang ating mga natutunan mula sa nakalipas na aralin kaugnay sa konsepto ng demand. Tukuyin kung alin sa larawan A at larawan B ang kakikitaan ng konsepto ng demand. Mahusay. Ang larawan A ang nagtataglay ng konsepto ng demand dahil ito sa presensya sa larawan ng buyer o consumer. Matatandaan na ang demand ay tumutukoy sa dami ng nais at kayang bilhin ng consumer sa kabila ng pabago-bagong presyo sa isang takdang panahon. Ang kawalan ng pagnanais ni consumer na bumili sa kabilang tindahan ng prutas ay nagpapahiwatig ng kawalan ng demand para rito. At ngayon, atin namang ituon ang ating pansin sa konsepto ng supply. Inaasahan na sa pagtatapos ng ating talakayan ay inyong nailalapat ang kahulugan ng supply batay sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay ng bawat pamilya. Atin munang sukatin ang inyong paunang kaalaman ukol sa ating paksa. Ihanda na ang inyong panulat at papel. Tukuyin at isulat sa inyong sagutang papel ang letra ng tamang sagot. Para sa unang bilang. Aling pangkat ng tao ang kumakatawan sa supply? A. Consumer, B. Producer, C. Retailer, or D. End user? Ang tamang sagot ay B. Ikalawang bilang. Ano ang tawag sa dami o bilang ng produkto at serbisyong handang ipagbili sa magkakaibang presyo sa isang takdang panahon? A. Timbang, B. Supply, C. Demand, D. Budget. Kung ang iyong sagot ay B, tama ka. Dumako tayo sa ikatlong bilang. May tatlong tindahan na may kakayahang magbenta ng 50 kahong face mask sa halagang 200 piso kada kahon. Subalit, 2 lamang sa tatlong tindahang ito ang nagnanais ibenta ang kanilang tig-50 kahong face mask sa naturang halaga. Ilan ang kabuang supply ng face mask? A. 50 kahon, B. 100 kahon, C. 115 kahon, D. 200 kahon. Ang tamang letra ng sagot ay B. Ika-4 na bilang. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang naaayon sa batas ng supply? A. Kapag mataas ang presyo ng bilihin, kaunti ang supply. B. Mas marami ang produktong handang ipagbili kapag mataas ang presyo. C. Habang bumababa ang presyo, tumataas ang supply. D. Ang supply ay nakabatay sa pangangailangan ng mga mamimili. Ang tamang sagot ay B. Ika-5 bilang. Alin sa mga sumusunod ang nagpapahiwatig ng kahulugan ng ceteris paribus na nakapaloob sa prinsipyo ng batas ng supply bilang paglalarawan sa ugnayan ng presyo at quantity supply? A. Naaapektuhan ang quantity supply ng iba't ibang salik. B. Ang presyo ay isa lamang sa mga salik na nakaaapekto sa dami ng supply. C. Ang presyo lamang ang nakaaapekto sa dami ng supply habang ang iba pang salik ay hindi nagbabago. D. Tumaas man o bumaba ang presyo, mananatili ang dami ng supply. At ang tamang sagot ay C. Ilang katanungan kaya ang nasagot mo ng tama? 3, 2, 1. Huwag kayong mag-alala dahil sa ating talakayan, inyong matututunan ang mga tanong na hindi nyo nasagot ng tama. Sa puntong ito ay nais kong sama-sama nating analisahin ang isang tula na pinamagatang Oh My Gulay Supply ni Ven Pagaduan. Nang mag-lockdown na sa Pampanga, laking gulat ng ating pamilya. Nang mag-lockdown na sa Pampanga, laking gulat ng ating pamilya. Lahat ay nag-aalala sa COVID-19 na pandemya. Paano na ang buhay kung tatambay sa bahay? Ang aming mga kapitbahay sa ayuda kay Mayor Kumaway. Nagtanim na kami ng gulay para sa pagkain ay may supply. Walang trabaho sila tatay. Sa gawaing bahay, kami ay umalalay. Napasaya naman si nanay, kumpleto kami sa bahay. Tungkol saan ang tulang inyong napakinggan? Mahusay. Patungkol ito sa ating naranasan at patuloy na nararanasang pandemya, kung saan samot-saring suliranin ang ating kinakaharap, lalo't higit sa usaping pangkabuhayan. Marami ang nawalan ng hanap buhay at hindi na malaman kung paano matutustusan ang pang-araw-araw na pangangailangan. Kaya naman, napakahalagang pag-aralan natin ang konsepto ng supply upang maunawaan kung paano nito sinasagot ang mga pangunahing katanungang pang-ekonomiya. Ano-ano nga ba ang mga isinasaalang-alang ng isang supplier o producer upang magkaroon siya ng kahandaan at pagnanais na tugunan ang pangangailangan at kagustuhan ng consumer. Ang supply ay tumutukoy sa dami ng produkto at serbisyong nais at handang gawin at ipagbili ng producer sa consumer sa magkakaibang presyo sa isang takdang panahon. Analisahin naman natin ang mga sumusunod na sitwasyon at subukan nating tukuyin kung ito ay umaayon sa kahulugan ng supply. Handa na si Mila na maibenta ang kanyang paninda. Subalit nang tawaran ito ng consumer sa sobrang babang halaga, ay pinili niyang huwag itong ibenta. Sa kabila ng kahandaang magbenta ng kanyang produkto, ay nawala naman ang pagnanais ni Mila na ibenta ito sa halagang nais ng consumer. Kung gayon, ay walang supply sa kalagayang ito. Mataas ang bentahan ng mga aning gulay sa kasalukuyang buwan. Kung kaya't nais na sanang makapagbenta ni Ador ng kanyang produktong gulay, subalit hindi pa handang anihin ang mga ito. Taglay ng sitwasyong ito ang pagnanais ng supplier na magbenta ng kanyang produkto, ngunit dahil hindi pa maaaring anihin ang kanyang mga pananim, ay nawawala naman ang konsepto ng kahandaan. Kung gayon, ay walang maituturing na supply. Tandaan, upang matiyak ang pagkakaroon ng supply, kailangang manatili ang mga sumusunod na kalagayan. Una, kahandaan at pagnanais magbenta ng supplier. Ikalawa, pagkakasundo sa presyo ng supplier at consumer. At pangatlo, na ipagkakaloob ng supplier ang produkto o serbisyo sa consumer sa itinakdang oras o panahon. Upang higit na maunawaan ang konsepto ng supply, ay alamin natin ang isinasaad na prinsipyo ng batas ng supply. Ayon sa batas ng supply, kapag mataas ang presyo ng isang bilihin, ceteris paribus, ang dami ng produktong handang ipagbili sa isang takdang panahon ay mataas. At kapag ang presyo ay mababa, ceteris paribus, mababa rin ang dami ng produktong handang ipagbili sa isang takdang panahon. Ang salitang Latin na ceteris paribus na nakapaloob sa prinsipyo ng batas ng supply ay naglalarawan ng natatanging ugnayan ng presyo at dami ng supply, habang ang ibang salik ay hindi nagbabago o nakaaapekto rito. Ibig sabihin, ang kahandaan at pagnanais ng supplier o producer na ipagbili ang kanyang produkto o serbisyo sa consumer ay isang takdang panahon sa isang takdang panahon ay tuwirang naaapektuhan ng presyo. Inaasahan ko na naging ganap ng malinaw sa inyo ang ang kahulugan ng supply. Gayon din ang isinasaad ng batas ng supply. Upang makasiguro ako na kayo ay talagang nakinig at naunawaan ang ating talakayan, ay magkakaroon tayo ng maikling gawain. Ihanda na ang inyong ballpen at sagutang papel. Basahin at suriin ang bawat pangungusap. Isulat ang salitang supply kung ang sitwasyon ay magdudulot ng kinakailangan at ninanais na produkto o serbisyo ng consumer sa itinakdang panahon. At sablay naman kung hindi. Isulat ang sagot sa sagutang papel. Unang bilang. Tumaas ang bentahan ng produktong tinapay na tinitinda ni Mang Ambo. Ikalawang bilang. Kulang ang pamasahe ng isang matandang sumakay sa pampasaherong jeep. Dahil sa awa, kaya't minabuti ng driver na tanggapin ang kulang na bayad sa pasahe ng matanda. Ikatlong bilang. 1,000,000 bakuna ang inaasahang maibigay sa mamamayan ng lungsod ng Tarlac sa susunod na linggo. Subalit magkakaroon ng 1 linggong pagkaantala ang pagdating ng mga nasabing bakuna. Para sa ika-4 na bilang, upang maipadama ang diwa ng pagbibigayan ngayong nalalapit na Pasko, ay nagpahayag ang SM na magkakaroon ito ng bagsak presyo sa mga paninda nito. Panghuli, malapit nang masira ang panindang prutas ni Mang Ben. Kung kaya't nang tawaran ito ng mamimili sa mababang presyo, ay ibinenta na niya ito. Ngayon ay ating iwasto ang inyong mga kasagutan. Para sa unang bilang, ang sagot ay supply. Kalawang bilang, supply. Ikatlong bilang, sablay. Ika-4 na bilang, supply. At ika-5 bilang, supply. Ilan ang nakuha ninyong tamang sagot? 5? 4? Magaling! Masaya ako dahil sa inyong masigasig na pag-aaral. Sa ating susunod na episode, ay abangan ninyo ang ating pagtalakay sa 3 pamamaraan ng pagpapakita ng ugnayan ng presyo at dami ng supply. Isang paalala, maaaring ipasa ang nasagutang module sa inyong barangay hall sa itinakdang pagsusuuli at pagkuha ng module. Ang inyong mga magulang at guardian lamang ang maaaring magtungo sa barangay hall sa pagpasa ng inyong mga sinagutang gawain. At sila din ay inaasahang susunod sa ating mga health protocols gaya ng pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield at gayon din ang paghuhugas ng kamay at physical distancing. Inaasahan ko na kayo ay natuto sa ating talakayan sa araw na ito. Muli, ako ang inyong guro sa Araling Panlipunan Grade 9, Ginang Geraldine P. Bandales, broadcasting live mula dito sa Vargas High School na nagsasabing, ang pag-aaral ng Araling Panlipunan ay daan sa pagiging makadiyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa. Paalam!
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups?
Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Simula Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-roll out ng mga bakuna sa A5 group o ang mga nabibilang sa indigent population. Ito ay ang mga kabilang sa mahihirap na populasyon base sa listahan ng National Household Targeting System for Poverty Reduction o NHTSPR o iba pang verification mechanisms ng local government units. Kaya kung ikaw ay nabibilang sa grupo na ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag rin kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa rin sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination! Sa pagnanais na mapigilan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagdami ng bilang ng mga kaso ng COVID-19, binuo ang One Hospital Command Center o OHCC upang mas mabilis na matugunan ang medikal na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Bukas ang OHCC 24 oras araw-araw. Tumawag lamang sa mga hotline nito sa 0919-977-3333 o 0915-777-7777 o 02-886-50500. Maaari ring i-download ang Pure Force Citizens app sa Android o iOS upang mabilis na matugunan ang sinumang nangangailangan. Layon din ng OHCC na maiwasang mapuno ang kapasidad ng bawat ospital. Kaya't kung ikaw ay kinakailangang tumawag sa OHCC, mabibigyan ka ng libreng preliminary consultation. Para sa mga nangangailangan ng emergency quick response, makikipag-ugnayan ang OHCC sa DOH Bed Tracker at sa mga ospital upang makahanap agad ng pinakamalapit na bakanteng ospital. Ang transportasyon o ambulansya naman ng ospital na inirefer ng OHCC sa pasyente ang siyang susundo sa bahay nito. Kaya't kapag ikaw ay nakakaranas ng anumang sintomas ng COVID-19 o nangangailangan ng agarang tulong medikal, tumawag lamang sa OHCC at handa silang tumulong sa lahat ng oras.
na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26,
at sabayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac,
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
I'm back! This is Orzi, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.
dear student, especially grade 9. I am happy and gratefully that you are watching RTV Tarlac, Channel 26, simulcast over 828 AM, DCTC Tarlac. This is Aral TarlakHenyo of DEPED, Tarlac Province. How are you? I hope you are relaxed, in good health, and happy together with your family. I am Adeline P. Gamit, your teacher broadcaster in TLE Grade 9 from town of San Jose. And my cell phone number 0977-171-6824. Today, we will focus our discussion on agricultural and fishery arts. Agricultural crop production. Our topic is about handle material and equipment. Make sure that you are in comfortable place and ready for our today's lesson. Don't forget to prepare your learner's activity sheet in agricultural crop production, plus paper and ball pen. Let me repeat. Our topic is handle material and equipment. Last meeting, we discussed about the waste material management. So let's have our review. So what is waste management? Waste management is the collection, transport, processing, recycling, or disposal and monitoring of waste materials. So So we have different methods of disposal. We have the first one, landfill. Second, we have incineration or combustion. Third, recovery and recycling. And fourth, we have plasma gasification. We also discuss about composting. So what is composting? Composting, it is an easy and natural biodegradation process that takes organic waste like remains of plants, garden, and kitchen waste and turns into nutrient-rich food for your plants. So we have different types of composting. So we have the first one, hot composting. Second, we have cold composting. Third, sheet composting. Fourth, trench composting. And lastly, we have loading the bin or windrow. Okay, open your learner's activity sheet in agricultural crop production. For our objectives, number 1, handle and transport materials, equipment, and machinery according to enterprise guidelines. Second, explain the importance of proper handling of material and equipment. Third, distinguish the effect of handling of materials, equipment, and machinery according to enterprise. Okay, what can you say about the picture? You may write your answer in the comment section. Thank you for the answers. I know that most of you have answered that the tools are dirty and need some cleaning. That is why we have our topic for today, which is all about handling material and equipment. But before that, we have some terms to remember in handling material and equipment. So we have the first one, OHS, Occupational Health and Safety. Second, we have storage. It's a noun that explains where and when you will put all your waste materials in the farm after being used. Third, we have handle. It is taking good care of your material and machinery. Next, we have transport. It is bringing the material and machinery from one place to another. Next, we have enterprise. It is an establishment where the materials and machinery were you brought. And lastly, we have the guideline. It is the correct procedure that being followed in using the material and machinery. For productive, cost-efficient, and effective handling of materials and equipment, we have some activities to implement immediately. So these are the activities in handling of materials and equipment. So we have number 1, schedule a regular cleanup at least twice a year. Second, schedule cleanup activities twice a month. For number 3, for regular cleanup chores, give workers about 5 minutes daily to tidy the workstation. And fourth, cultivate the habit of collecting waste even before it touches the floor. How to clean our tools? We have some basic steps in cleaning farm tools. So we have number 1, rinse off mud and soil with water. Second, remove stubborn rust with fine steel wool or wire brush. Number 3, apply a few drops of oil or water to the wet stone and rub the sharp edge of the blade toward the stone in a curved motion. Number 4, wipe tools dry with a rag or towel. For number 5, hang tools well. And for number 6, wipe and spray with oil and put tools in a pail to keep them clean and sharp. Farm implements like ordinary plow and wooden harrow should be checked thoroughly before use. For this plow and harrow should also be lubricated on their moving parts like bearings. And for farm equipment, tractors should be tuned up very well by an skilled operator. Check on their oil, lubricant, fuel, and cooling system. Remember, tools that are defective should be separated and be fixed immediately to avoid accident. So these are the different activities in handling material and equipment and the basic steps in cleaning farm tools. Hope that you learned something from our topic today. Okay, my dear students, are you still with me? Let's have a recap of our topic. Here are the different activities in handling of materials and equipment. Next, and the basic steps in cleaning farm tools. We have number 1, rinse off mud and soil with water. Number 2, remove stubborn rust with fine steel wool or wire brush. Third, apply a few drops of oil or water to the whetstone and rub the sharp edge of the blade toward the stone in a curved motion. Number 4, wipe tools dry with a rag or towel. Number 5, hang tools well. And for number 6, wipe and spray with oil and put tools in a pail to keep them clean and sharp. Hopefully, you learned something from our topic for today. Now we are done with our lesson. Are you ready for your short quiz? Bring out a sheet of paper. Write the letter of the correct answer. I will read the question twice. Are you ready? For number 1, OHS stands for Occupational Health and Blend. Number 1, storage. Letter B, or letter A, storage. Letter B, safety. C, steps. And letter D, sales. Again, for number 1, OHS stands for Occupational Health and Safety. A, storage. B, safety. C, steps. D, sales. For number 2, handler is taking good care of your materials and blend. A, tools. B, implements. C, machinery. D, waste. Again, for number 2, handler is taking good care of your materials and blend. Letter A, tools. B, implements. C, machinery. D. Ways. Okay, let's have for number 3. Remove stubborn rust with fine steel wool or blend. A. Whetstone. B. Rag. C. Sandpaper. D. Wire brush. Again, for number 3, remove stubborn rust with fine steel wool or blend. A. Whetstone. B. Rag. C. Sandpaper. And D. Wire brush. Number 4, apply a few drops of oil or water to the blend. A. Stone. B. Brush. C. Surface. D. Wire. Again, for number 4, apply a few drops of oil or water to the blend. A. Stone. B. Brush. C. Surface. D. Wire. And for number 5, schedule a regular clean-up, at least blend. A. Once a year. B. All year round. C. Once a month. D. Twice a year. Again, for number 5, schedule a regular clean-up, at least blend. A. Once a year. B. All year round. C. Once a month. And letter D. Twice a year. Yes, this is it. Okay, let us now check your answers. For number 1, the answer is letter D. Number 2, letter C. Number 3, letter D. Number 4, letter A. And number 5, letter D. Okay, count the number of correct items. For those who got a score of 4 and 5, very good. Congratulations. You did a great job. For those who got 2 and 3, good. And for those who got 1, needs improvement. But do not lose hope. But keep trying. Once again, this is Aral TarlakHenyo, brought to you by the Department of Education, Division of Tarlac Province, in cooperation with DCTC 828 AM station. Thank you for listening. PLE, we have skills, knowledge, and progress. Till in our next episode, God bless us all. Bye!
Impormasyong may kalidad, serbisyong may halaga, saan mang bahagi ng Pilipinas. On air. Saan mang bahagi ng mundo. Online. Ano mang uri ng pamumuhay. Kasama, katuwang, kapinoy, kabahagi mo. Radyo Pilipino. Radyo Pilipino. Gutom ka ba sa impormasyon? May na-miss ka bang subject at leksyon? Gusto mo bang alalahanin ang nakaraan o dagdagan ang iyong kaalaman? Lahat yan alamin natin because the professor is in. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Isang oras na kaalaman, isang oras na makabuluhan. Professor on air. Mamangha at tumawa sa mga tips at trivia. Sa gabay at tanong, sagot ka rin niya. Professor on air and online. Kasama si Professor Willie Perez. Tuwing Sabado, alas 10 hanggang alas 11 ng umaga. Mapapakinggan sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Professor on air.
This is my story.
Ano ang kwento ng buhay mo? Malungkot? Masaya? May kababalaghan? O puno ng aksyon? Ang bawat kwento ng kapwa nating Pilipino ay mahalaga.
This is my story.
Sama-sama nating ibahagi ito upang magbigay aral at inspirasyon sa ating lahat. This is my story.
This is my story.
Hosted by Mitch Desunia. Tuwing Sabado, alas 3 hanggang alas 4 ng hapon. Mapapakinggan dito sa Radyo Pilipino at mapapanood sa RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
This is my story.
Nais mo bang magpabakuna? Alam mo bang may mga tinatawag na priority eligible groups? Sa bawat priority group, may mga sektor na nakahanay. Kung ikaw ay kabilang dito, wag nang magdalawang isip pa. Halina't magpabakuna na. Ngayong Hunyo, sisimula na ang pag-rollout ng mga bakuna sa A4 group. Kabilang sa A4, ang essential frontliners tulad ng mga sumusunod. Mga nagtatrabaho sa pribadong sektor na nasa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno, GOCCs at local government units. Mga nagtatrabaho sa mga informal na sektor sa labas ng kanilang mga tahanan. At mga nagtatrabaho sa mga pribadong tahanan. Kaya kung ikaw ay kabilang sa grupong ito, tumawag o makipag-ugnayan sa inyong LGU at sa inyong kumpanya upang malaman ang mga detalye tungkol sa inyong vaccination program, katulad ng petsa, oras at lugar kung saan ka magpapabakuna. Humingi ng medical clearance sa inyong doktor kung ikaw ay may autoimmune disease, HIV, cancer, malignancy, dumaan sa organ transplant, kasalukuyang dumadaan sa steroid treatment o nakaratay sa higaan. Huwag kalimutan ang iyong proof of eligibility o mga dokumentong nagpapatunay na ikaw ay kasama sa priority group na ito. Huwag din kalimutang dalhin ang iyong government ID, pati na ang face mask, face shield, sanitizer at ballpen bago ang iyong vaccination. At paalala, pagkatapos ng pagbabakuna, huwag mag-atubiling magtanong na makaragdagang impormasyon tungkol sa bakuna na ginamit sa iyo. Hingin at itago ang contact information ng personnel na tatawagan kung sakaling ikaw ay makaramdam ng seryosong side effects. Huwag ring kalimutan ang vaccination card at alamin ang petsa ng iyong second dose ng pagbabakuna. Higit sa lahat, ugaliin pa rin sundin ang minimum public health standards tulad ng wastong paghuhugas ng kamay, pagpapanatili ng safe physical distancing at pagsusuot ng face mask at face shield. Ano pang hinihintay mo? Tara na sa Vida Vaccination!
How are you today?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, learners of Tarlac.
Good morning, Math Talino Grade 4 learners!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo
here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Simulcast over DCTC
Radio Filipino Tarlac.
I'm Sir Glenn, your teacher broadcaster.
Broadcasting live here at Paniki Tarlac.
Remotely here in Concepcion, Tarlac.
Live here at Barangay Pedro Elquines, Mayantok, Tarlac.
Broadcasting live from Ramos National High School.
Your anchor teacher today for grade 9 mathematics.
your partner in education this time of pandemic.
Alam niyo ba na ang jeep ay ang pinakasikat na uri ng transportasyon sa Pilipinas? May nagsasabi na ang pangalang jeep ay hango sa salitang jeepy na ang ibig sabihin ay general purpose or government purpose na naglalarawan ng military jeep na ginamit noong World War II. Pagkatapos ng digmaan, iniwan na ng mga sundalong Amerikano ang libu-libong jeep sa kalsada ng Maynila. Ang matibay at makulay na jeepney nga raw ay truly mestizo dahil sa half local at half foreign na katangian nito. Alam nyo na, yan ang jeepney! Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na, yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Ninth grade students, and hi to our supportive parents as well. Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26, broadcasting live here at Victoria, Tarlac. Simulcast over DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Manuel Santa Cruz, your teacher broadcaster for the arts 9th grade. Before we start the new lesson, make sure you are holding your printed module so you can follow as I go along with the discussions. Stay in the most comfortable place while listening to this broadcast. Hands off to all distractions and lend me your eyes and ears, and I want you to stay focused on our lesson. At the end of the module, you are expected to identify and describe distinct characteristics of arts during the Baroque period. Identify and describe representative artists from Baroque period. Appreciate and the contributions made by the representative artists through employing the characteristics and styles in one's work. If you are watching live on RTV channel 26, you can type in your answers on the comment box. Now, if you are tuned in to DZTC Radio Filipino Tarlac, make sure you have your pen and paper ready. Now, let us go back and check what you already know about the lesson to take. You have to choose the letter of the correct answer. First number, better known as Caravaggio, an Italian artist who wanted to deviate from the classical masters of Renaissance. Is it A, Michelangelo Merisi, B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn, and D, Diego Velázquez? And the answer is letter A, Michelangelo Merisi. Number 2, he designed the Piazza San Pietro in front of the Basilica. Is it A, Michelangelo Merisi, B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn, or D, Diego Velázquez? And the answer is B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini. Number 3, Samson and Delilah, Landscape with a Tower, Portrait of Eileen Formant, and The Three Graces are his famous works. A, Peter Rubens, or rather Peter Paul Rubens, B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn, or D, Diego Velázquez? And the answer is letter A, Peter Paul Rubens. Number 4, one of the finest masters of compositions and one of the most important painters of the Spanish Golden Age. Is it A, Peter Paul Rubens, B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn, or D, Diego Velázquez? And the answer is D, Diego Velázquez. And last number, number 5, a brilliant Dutch realist, painter, and etcher. Is it A, Peter Paul Rubens, B, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn, or D, Diego Velázquez? And the correct answer is C, Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn. Now, I want to ask you a question. Did you get all the correct answers? And that's very good. If you did not, do not worry, because you will know them as you pay attention to our lesson for today. The elements of arts and the principles of design are the building blocks of foundations of any created artworks. It helps in giving a clear picture or message that the artist wanted to impart. Today, we will talk about the Baroque art. Baroque art in 1600 to 1800, characteristics of Baroque art in Rome, Italy, is where the Baroque style started and spread to most of Europe. Derived from the Portuguese word barroco, which means irregularly shaped pearl or stone. A period of artistic styles in exaggerated motion, drama, tension, and grandeur. describes a complex idiom and focuses on painting, sculpture, as well as architecture. The period that utilizes a lot of ornamentation and uses exaggerated motion and contrast that leads to a dramatic effect reflects the tensions of the age by the Catholic Church in Rome. Medium for spreading the message of counter-reformation. Used to propagate Christianity by the Roman Catholic Church. Used for architecture and arts to impress visitors, express triumph, power, and control by the aristocracy. Now, moving on with the famous Baroque artists, we have first Michelangelo Merisi or Amerigi da Caravaggio. This is in 1571 to 1610. Better known as Caravaggio, an Italian artist who wanted to deviate from the classical masters of the Renaissance. His own actions and the lack of modesty and reverence for religious subjects in his own paintings made him an outcast in his society. He started out as a specialist in his paintings of still life, especially of fruits. Studies of single figures followed, but they are clumsier than the fruit, which gives their savor of originality and charm. His models at this period were either himself or young persons who have an air of being promising but wicked. Next artist we have is Gian Lorenzo Bernini. This is in 1598 to 1680. The first Baroque Italian artist, the last in the list of the dazzling universal geniuses and a prodigy. Skillful in painting, sculpture, architecture, and stage design. He was also a playwright. The first artworks date from his 8th birthday. The goat Amalthea with infant Jupiter and a fawn, Damned Soul, and the Blessed Soul were among his early works. Made a sculpture of David for Cardinal Borghese and is different from Michelangelo's David. The design of Piazza San Pietro in front of the basilica made him as the greatest Baroque sculptor and architect. Piazza San Pietro, one of his most innovative and successful architectural designs. The famous Ecstasy of Saint Teresa and the colonnade of the Piazza of St. Peter's, Rome, were his greatest achievements. Third artist we have is Rembrandt Hammerzoon van Rijn. This is in 1606 to 1669. He is a brilliant Dutch realist, painter, and etcher. In European art, he was considered as one of the greatest painters and printmakers. Fascinated with spiritual values and frequently chooses religious subjects. He shares with Rubens the revelation which painting came to depict the more personal aspects of the painter, his own home, and his family. He often painted himself. His concept of himself continued to deepen in grasp and subtlety, and his technique grew more daring. Popular work was self-portrait in old age. Next artist we have Diego Velázquez in 1599 to 1660. He is an artist from Spain, one of the finest masters of compositions and one of the most important painters of the Spanish Golden Age. come out with solutions to pictorial problems of design that transcend the style of any period. Almost at the very start of his career, he discovered his avocation. Passion for still life frequently emerges in his heart. The Surrender of Breda, Las Marinas, or the Maids of Honor, Los Barachos, or the Drinker, and Maria Teresa are his famous works. Next artist we have is Peter Paul Rubens in 1577 to 1640. A Flemish Baroque painter, paintings of mythical and figurative subjects, landscapes, portraits, and Counter-Reformation altarpieces where he is well known for. Religious subjects, history paintings, and magical creatures, and hunt scenes are his mostly commissioned works. Samson and Delilah, landscape with a tower, portrait of Elena Formant, and the Three Graces are his famous works. Now we move on to the characteristics of Baroque painting. Painting in this period is mostly illustrated with the Catholic dogma key elements, either in biblical works or an imaginary or symbolic work. The gestures are broader than mannerist gestures, less arcane, less ambiguous, and mysterious. The powerful use of chiaroscuro, contrasting light, or rather contrasting of light and shadow ranges. Self-portrait, a painting of Rembrandt's of old age self-portrait in 1663. Created by looking at himself in a mirror, created in a reversed image, produced a homospatial process. The portrait shows Rembrandt at his best. Uses a rich black for his hat. A warm green background which is smoothly painted. Face shadows are thin, warm, and transparent. Lighter parts are on the cheek. Portrait of Eileen Formant. Peter Paul Rubens' Baroque oil on wood painting. A portrait of his second wife, Elena Formant. Las Marinas, the Maid of Honor, is a 1656 oil on canvas painting in the Museo del Prado in Madrid by Diego Velázquez. It's about the relationship between reality and illusion. Life in art, a consuming preoccupation during the Spanish Baroque. Conversion of St. Paul, an Italian Baroque painting, which is also known as the Conversion on the Way to Damascus, made by Michelangelo Caravaggio or Michelangelo Merisi in 1601, which was commissioned for the Serrazzi Chapel. It is a religious allegory to the conversion of Paul that led him to cease persecuting early Christians and to become a follower of Jesus. This is also a style of an odd blend of Raphael and clumsy rustic realism. Now, we move on to the characteristics of Baroque sculpture. The sculpture is marked by dynamic movement along with active use of space and typically larger than life size. Stressed movement, figures are caught mid-motion, meant to be seen in the ground, employ negative space. Texture is important within marble materials and theatrical. We have David, Gian Lorenzo Bernini's life-size marble sculpture, reflection of developments in science, implied presence of the foe, dramatic composition, theatrical, active space of Baroque sculpture, depicted moment of action. Used coil design shows full potential energy for release. Influence of Hellenism, a union of body, mind, and spirit. It was made and completed in 7 months from 1623 to 1624. Commissioned to decorate the villa of patron Cardinal Scipione Borghese. Next, we have the Ecstasy of Saint Teresa. One of the sculpture masterpieces of the High Roman Baroque that depicts an episode of religious ecstasy in the life of the cloistered Spanish mystic and Carmelite nun, Teresa of Avila, regarded as one of the most important examples of a Christian art intense work and the Counter-Reformation style of Baroque sculpture. Carved by Gian Lorenzo Bernini between 1647 to 1652. Planned and created to convey spiritual aspects of the Catholic faith. Made in a white marble set in an elevated edicule in Cornaro Chapel. This is in Santa Maria della Vittoria in Rome. A key artwork that sets Bernini as one of the greatest sculptors in the history of art. Consistent with the aims of the Catholic Counter-Reformation art campaign. Now we move on to the characteristics of Baroque architecture. It was designed to create spectacle and illusions, replaces with flowing curves of the Renaissance straight lines. Symmetry still applies in architecture. Religious themes in classical style, ornate, rich with lavish decorations inside and outside part of the architectural works. Attempt to slow church power, emotional and violent portrayals. Strong contrast between light and dark colors. Uses trompe l'oeil or fool the eye, painted illusions. The colonnade of the Piazza of St. Peter's in Rome, built by Gian Lorenzo Bernini for Pope Alexander VII. Church's grand approach. A dramatic frame for the church. A nurturing enclosure for the faithful crowds. A stage for the processions and other sacred spectacles. It has an elliptical space. Has 4 rows of simple and majestic Doric columns, carved from Roman travertine, marked by 3 monuments, designed to invite Catholics back to the church in the wake of the Protestant. Many European cathedrals have Baroque features, high altars, facades, and chapels. Baroque aims to give an effect that wants to carry the viewers away with the force of its impact. It gives not generally enhanced vitality, but excitement, ecstasy, and intoxication. The Baroque period required broad, heavy, or rather broad, heavy, massive forms. Elegant proportions disappeared and buildings tended to become heavier until sometimes the forms were almost crushed by the pressure. There you have it, my dear students. And this time, let's check what you have learned today. And on your activity sheet, write your name, grade, and section. You are now going to write the correct, or rather, write the letter of the correct answer on the space provided. Let's begin. Number 1, better known as Caravaggio, an Italian artist who wanted to deviate from the classical masters of the Renaissance. Is it A, Diego Velázquez, B, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn, C, Michelangelo Merisi, or D, Peter Paul Rubens? The answer is C, Michelangelo Merisi. Number 2, a brilliant Dutch realist, painter, and etcher. In European art, he was considered as one of the greatest painters and paint makers. Is it A, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn, B, Peter Paul Rubens, C, Michelangelo Merisi, or D, Gian Lorenzo Bernini? The answer is A, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn. Number 3, a Flemish Baroque painter, paintings of mythical and figurative subjects, landscapes, portraits, and Counter-Reformation. Other pieces were he is well known for. Is it A, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn, B, Peter Paul Rubens, or C, Michelangelo Merisi, or D, Gian Lorenzo Bernini? The answer is Peter Paul Rubens, B. Next, number 4, the first Baroque Italian artist, the goat Amalthea with the infant Jupiter and a fawn, Damned Soul, and the Blessed Soul were among his early works. Is it A, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn, B, Peter Paul Rubens, C, Michelangelo Merisi, or D, Gian Lorenzo Bernini? And your answer, Gian Lorenzo Bernini. That's letter D. And last number for your activity, number 5, an artist from Spain, the surrender of Breda, Las Merinas, or the Maids of Honor, Los Barachos, or the Drinker, and Maria Teresa as his famous works. Is it A, Rembrandt Emerson van Rijn, B, Diego Velázquez, C, Michelangelo Merisi, or D, Gian Lorenzo Bernini? And the answer is letter B, Diego Velázquez. And so, were you able to get all the correct answers? If that's so, you are very impressive, and I'd like to congratulate you, my dear grade 9 students. And for your comments to be done after this episode, this is an individual activity called Waka Pose. You have the materials, 1/4 illustration board, oil pastels, coloring materials, and pencil. Okay, for the procedure, you need to find a picture of your own that portrays happiness in your life or a memorable event in your life. Example, hugging your parents, eating your birthday cake, or you are with your best friend, etc. Number 2, paint your picture on the illustration board, adding exaggerated motions to it. And number 3, apply colors on your drawing, giving emphasis on light and dark colors to your work. Okay, so you have reflection questions. Write your answers on a separate sheet of paper. We have questions number 1, what is the subject of your own artwork? Number 2, how do you find your output? And number 3, how do you feel while making your own Baroque art design? Okay, the criteria are as follows, as you can see on our screen. Thank you so much for your precious time learning with me today. Again, wait for your teacher's instructions so you can submit your artwork. Okay, again, I hope you enjoyed our lesson for today. I am Manuel Santa Cruz, your teacher broadcaster for Arts 9. So, keep safe, everyone.
Alam niyo ba na ang Pilipinas ay mayroong 7,641 islands? Mula sa bilang na 7,107 islands, nadagdagan ito ng 534 na isla noong 2017. Tanging 2,000 lamang sa mga islang ito ang natitirhan. Alam niyo na! Yan ang mga isla sa Pilipinas.
Kumusta mga giliw kong tagapakinig?
Nagbabalik ang inyong paaralang panghimpapawid.
Aral TarlakHenyo
Sa RTV Tarlac, Channel 26.
At sabayang naririnig sa DZTC 828
Radyo Pilipino Tarlac.
Tayo rin ay napapanood sa FB Live ng RTV Tarlac Channel 26.
Sumasahimpapawid mula sa bayan ng Pura Tarlac.
mula sa bayan ng San Clemente.
Mula rito sa Puro Elementary School, Pura Tarlac.
Sa bayan ng Kapas Tarlac.
Ako, ang inyong guro,
na maghahatid sa inyo ng makabuluhang pagtalakay sa ating aralin.
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo here on RTV Tarlac Channel 26. Simulcast over DCTC Radio Filipino Tarlac. I am Nurse Prodiling Obiano Punzalan, your broadcaster for today's special episode for Health Hour. Teens. Sa mapagpalang hapon ko sa ating lahat, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga tagapagpanood, tayo ay mapalad sa oras na ito dahil kasama natin ang Division Focal Person ng WINS, si Dr. Luz Biminda G. Rivera. Noong nag-umpisa ang programang ito noong 2016, ay siya na ang humawak ng programang WINS. No? Siya na po ang pinaka-focal person natin. Masayang araw po sa iyo, Ma'am Luz.
masayang araw din sa lahat at maraming salamat, Nurse Lane.
Sa oras na ito ay pag-uusapan natin ang isang mahalagang program sa Oplan Kalusugan sa DEPED, ang Washing Schools or Water, Sanitation and Hygiene in Schools or tinatawag na WINS, no?
Tama ka, Nurse Lane. Ang Washing Schools ay isang programa na inumpisahan at ipinatupad ng DEPED noong 2016 sa bisa ng DEPED Order No. 10, Series of 2016 na naglalayon na i-promote ang tamang kalinisan ng ating katawan at kapaligiran sa pamamagitan ng malinis na tubig at mga tamang pasilidad sa paaralan.
Maaari mo po ba kaming bigyan ng background or sa programang ito, Doc Luz, upang maunawaan naman ng gusto ng ating mga tagapagpanood ang pangalan or malaman man lang lamang namin ang panalo na kagaya nito, WINS, no? Pag sinabing WINS, parang panalo na agad, no? Kung ano ba ibig sabihin ng WINS na ito?
Okay. Ang WINS ay napakahalagang programa dahil ito ay nakakapag-improve ng kalusugan. At dahil nga sa rason na iyan, napapanatili o nabuboast ang attendance. Dahil nga nagkakaroon ng magandang kalusugan, nabuboast nito ang attendance ng mga bata. At higit sa lahat, ang layunin ng programang ito ay hindi lamang hanggang paaralan, kundi meron dapat effective carryover ng mga mabubuting asal ng kalusugan at nadadala ito sa bahay at sa pamayanan.
Napakaganda naman pala ng programang ito, Ma'am Luz, no? Pero parang napakalawak naman yata ng scope ng WINS natin, no? Maari mo ba kami bigyan ng kaliwanagan sa aspetong ito?
Tama ka naman, Nurse Lynn. Talagang ang isa sa magandang katangian, sabi nila ay medyo nagpapahirap ng pag-iimplementa ng programang ito dahil napakalawak ng kanyang scope. Meron siyang 5 bahagi. Ito ang water, sanitation, hygiene, health education, at deworming. Pero dahil nga tayo ay naging pilot implementer ng Essential Healthcare Program sa Region 3, bago nag-take off ang programang ito, ay medyo tayo ay meron ng mga nagawa pagdating sa health and nutrition facilities na kung saan kailangan din sa programang ito.
Oo nga, no? Napakalawak ng programang ito. At dahil dito, ano ba yung mga challenges, Ma'am Luz, na nararanasan ng mga schools sa pagpapatupad ng WINS?
Okay. Noong mga unang taon ng pagpapa-implement dito ay talaga naging mahirap sa mga schools sa division dahil may mga challenges. Unang-una, limited ang budgets. Pangalawa, low value o priority ang binibigay sa programang ito. At pangalawa, merong gap between yung kaalaman sa kalusugan at yung pag-practice nito. At meron din na, sabi nila, at napakahirap i-achieve ang national standards. Difficult na kasi meron tayong mga standard ng hand washing facilities, vis-a-vis ratio ng mga pupils, meron din dapat standard sa toilets, merong pang girl, merong pang boys. So tapos nung una kulang ang partisipasyon ng mga school at ang implementers nito sa school level at division level. And meron ding lack of ownership and accountability ng programang ito sa mga schools. Ayun ang mga naitalang challenges nung unang ma-implement ang programang ito.
Napaka-challenging nga. Paano naman natutulungan or natutugunan ng mga schools sa division sa pagpapatupad ng programang ito? Ano yung mga yon, Nurse Luz?
Ayan, napakahusay na tanong. Of course, kung napaka-challenges na ipatupad ang programa, napakalawak ng scope, meron tayong mga support systems na maaaring tumulong sa pagpapatupad ng programang ito. Ito ay nag-uumpisa sa central office, iyan ay mga steering structures from central office, regional office, and division. Meron din tayong planning, programming, and resource mobilization. Meron din tayong, of course, research and innovations. At kasama din dyan ang technical assistance sa monitoring and evaluations at LRMDS. Katulad yan, sa monitoring and evaluation, they covers the quality of implementation. At meron din tayong, of course, recognition system which will be discussed later on. At sa learning mechanism, ini-employ dyan yung current DEPED processes and standards. At sa resource mobilization mechanism, dyan papasok yung mga resource generation and allocation, which is very important dahil nga ang isa sa mga challenges ay yung limited budget. At ito pa, application ng SBM principles at mechanism na kung saan yung school improvement planning and continuous improvement at technical assistance ay isinasama na ngayon sa school-based management.
Ayun naman pala, kahit napakalawak ng programa, Ma'am Luz, may mga pamamaraan naman pala kung paano ito mapapatupad ng maayos sa mga schools. So ngayon, paano naman malalaman o isinasagawa ang pag-monitor para malaman ang progress ng pag-i-implement ng programa sa mga schools?
Okay, napakahusay na tanong. para malaman natin na tama ba ang pagpapa-implement, nasa tamang guidelines ba ang ginagawa sa school, at they are on the right track. Of course, we have this monitoring tool na kung saan yung monitoring tool na ito ay ginagamit ng mga technical working groups sa school, na kasama ang nurses, kasama ang principal, kasama ang mga PTA presidents, at isa pa, mayroon din tayong online monitoring system na kung saan ang bawat schools ay nag-i-encode para malaman kung nasaan na ba silang aspeto ng pag-i-implement ng programa.
Napaka-organized naman pala ng programang ito, Ma'am Luz, no? Kumusta naman ang estado ng division office or ng ating division sa Tarlac, no? Tungkol dito sa OMS na to.
Ay, masaya at ako ay honored na i-present sa inyo ang ating accomplishment sa online monitoring system. Makikita nyo yung 4 na taon sa ating screen from 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. At malungkot, nung unang nag-umpisa dahil tayo 0-0 tayo sa elementary at secondary. Unti-unti tayong nag-take off from 2018, meron na tayong 86 at saka 68. 2019, nag-100% tayo. At 2020, 100% pa rin tayo. And we are planning na sa tulong ng lahat, with everybody's help in the implementation of the program, in 2021, tayo ay 100% pa rin.
Ang isa pang napakahusay na pamamaraan, Ma'am Luz, ay ang pag-check ng status ng implementation ng programa ito. Ito yung 3-star approach, di ba?
Tama ka, Nurse Lane. Ang 3 stars approach ay upang malaman ang incremental improvement ng WINS implementation. Nakikita nyo sa inyong screen, meron tayong no star, 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars. Sa 1 star, ang daily routines to promote health habits. So yan yung mga activities geared toward the achievement of that objective. Sa 2 stars, meron ng incremental improvements sa pagpapagawa ng mga daily routine na iyan. At meron nating additional toilets and facilities. At meron na din tayong water testing. Pagdating ng 3 stars, na-meet na ngayon ng mga schools ang national standards ng facilities at saka systems ng implementation. All in all, it will meet the objective of the program, which is the behavioral change to our pupils. And we have this 17 scoring points. So we have the safe water, water testing, water for cleaning, gender segregated toilets, security of toilets, daily cleaning of toilets, finding of repairs, solid waste management, liquid waste management, food hygiene, daily group hand washing, daily group toothbrushing, funding of repairs and supplies, access to sanitary pads, and semi-annual deworming. So, di ba, ikaw ang diversion focal person ng deworming natin.
2 beses yan sa isang taon natin ginagawa. Kaya napakaswerte ng ating mga estudyante at mga guro para makatanggap sila ng mga ganyang mga blessings, di ba?
Okay. Nurse Lynn, meron akong idadagdag pa. Paano ba ang ginagawa? Ito ang mga proseso kung sa pag-a-achieve ng 3 stars. So, meron din first step. So, a preparation, there will be an orientation, school preparation, and then self-assessment. Magkakaroon ng self-assessment ang mga school. And then, halimbawa, ikaw ay na-achieve mo yung 3 stars. And then, there will be validation. I-validate yan ng technical working group ng division. And then, we will look into the documents, and then we will observe the documents and the implementation of the program in the schools. And we have now the recognition, which will be discussed later on.
Okay. So, napakahusay ng 3-star approach. So, Nurse Luz, maaari bang malaman, no, kung yung status ng 3-star rating natin sa ating division?
Okay, isang karangalan na ibahagi ang accomplishments ng school sa division sa nakaraang 3 taon. Alam naman natin napakahirap i-achieve ang 3-star. So ito, sa elementary level, kung napapansin nyo sa inyong screen, umpisa nung 2017 ay walang naka 3 star. Lahat ay 0 stars. Tapos, nung 2018, meron na tayong 1 star na 8. Nung 2019, nagkaroon na tayo ng 18 1 star, 2 stars, at 12 stars ng 2 stars, at 2 stars ng 3 stars. Nung 2020, dumami na sila. Meron na tayong 3 1 star, 20 na 2 stars, at 11 na 3 stars. So ito ang mga yan. Tingnan sa inyong screen at nakalagay dyan. So yung sa 2020, Kamiling East. So I will not be elaborating more on that because we will be running out of time. So I'll just post in the screen. Ayan yung mga best practices. Some of the best practices.
Kasama dyan ang schools ko, di ba?
Saan ba ang school mo dyan? Oh yeah, okay. Parsolingan. Parsolingan Elementary School, and well-deserved na maging 3-star. Congratulations. Okay. And pagdating sa secondary level, mapapansin niyo yung 3 tao ay for years, 2017 to 2020, 0 star nung 2017. Ganon din nung 2018, nag-unti-unti na, nagkaroon na tayo dito. Then 2019 at 2020, so meron na tayong mga 2 stars and 3 stars. So sino ang mga schools na iyan? Ayan.
Diba?
Don Casimiro, mababa na ba? And we have most improved from 0 to 2 stars to 1 to 2 stars. So napapansin mo, Nurse Lane, hindi lang natin binibigyang pansin ang 3-star schools. Binibigyan din natin ng recognition yung mga most improved from 0 to 2 or 1 to 2 stars. So ito naman ang picture ng kanilang some of the implementation. So mababa na ba high school?
At least, diba, nare-recognize sila yung effort nila sa schools nila.
Okay.
Ayan, no? Nakaka-inspire, napakahusay naman, Nurse Luz, no? May mga recognition ba ito? Mga best implementers, mga ganon na matatanggap?
Oo, meron naman. Pero let me share, Nurse Lane, kung paano ba na-achieve ng division ito. So, meron tayong through the years. So, meron tayong from TP Taps. Ngayon, ang gaganda na ng mga hand washing facilities. At meron din tayong improvements sa flash ko lang sa screen, mga hand washing facilities ng elementary at secondary. You can see in the bar graph from 2017, individual is the green and orange is the group. So with drinking water, yan from 2017 to 2019, water testing, school canteen, sanitary permits, separate toilets. So with regards to health, yan, ang leading elements na decrease. Dental caries also. And deworming, there was an increase in deworming from 2017 to 2019. And in corporation or integration of wins in other the OKSA DEPED programs. So we have also the national, regional, and division support. So through technical assistance and encouragement, advocacy to parents, stakeholders, and of course, with that, there was an increased participation and improved quality of the implementation of the program in the division. Importante iyan, ang stakeholder support din.
Siyempre naman, dahil sa kanila, di ba, nakakatulong sa mga schools. Mas nagiging, mas na-implement ng maayos yung wins natin.
Tama ka dyan, Nurse Lynn. So, atin ding i-acknowledge ang ating partnership at networking from government and NGOs. Ang isa sa breakthrough dito ay ang suporta ng ating mahal na gobernador na si Susan Yap. Sinuportahan niya ang continuity ng implementation ng essential healthcare program sa ating division sa pagbibigay ng mga health kits. At hindi lamang yan.
No? Halos buong division at nakatanggap ng ganyan.
Correct. At meron din tayong mga kits for kids. Sa kabutihang loob din dahil ang mahal na gobernador ay nakafocus siya sa health ng ating mga kabataan. At hindi lamang iyan, meron din tayong mga non-government organizations like ng PDA, ng Rotary Midtown Tarlac, and some other organizations na nakakatulong dahil nga limited naman ang budgets talaga in the implementation of the program. So,
napakalaking support talaga, no, na ibibigay.
Yes, tama. At iyan, para makita kung tama yung implementation, meron tayong monitoring at evaluation, Nurse Lane. Kasama ka rin dyan sa mga nagmo-monitor at nag-evaluate. Dahil hindi magiging 3 stars ang yung mga schools. Okay.
Sa recognition naman tayo, Ma'am Luz. Napakagandang topic, no?
Yeah. Tama ka dyan. Isa sa napakagandang feature ng programang ito ay ang pagbibigay ng incentives at saka rewards. So, ano ba itong mga to? Merong citation of appreciation na binibigay sa STO for having improved in the level of WINS implementation. Meron din tayong recognition award doon sa mga naka 3-star level ng mga schools. At meron din tayong seal of excellence. Ano yan? Ayan yung mga schools na 3 straight years na sila ay naka 3 stars. So kung sino man yung mga naka 3 stars na, i-maintain po natin iyan ng 3 stars to have that award na seal of excellence. So ito, nagbigay na tayo ng mga award. I think this was in 2018. Sa time ni Superintendent Makaspak. Tama ba, Nurse Lane?
Oo, naka-attend ako dyan. Actually, yung mother ko nakakuha din ng award dyan.
Okay, napakaraming nagkaroon ng award at this serve as motivating factor sa kanila. Okay.
So, Nurse Luz, ano nga bang masasabi mo para sa preparasyon na kailangan gawin ng mga schools na nalalapit na, lalo na ngayon, di ba? Magkakaroon na tayo ng face-to-face. Baka next year, i-pilot na yung mga ganyan, no? Magkakaroon ng face-to-face. Ano yung mga kailangan nilang gawin para makapag-prepare sila?
Okay. Kailangan ng mga ating eskwelahan ay i-improve pa ang pagkasaayos ng mga facilities, lalo na yung hand washing and toothbrushing facilities, mga toilets, at i-observe ang health protocols. Andiyan na nga ang pandemya. Alam na natin kung ano yung kailangan natin gawin. Let's not focus on the problem. Let us be a part of a solution. At para mapagtagumpayan natin ang pandemyang ito, at hindi lamang ito tungkulin ng mga punong guro, ng teachers, kundi ito ay sama-sama tayong lahat sa isang malusog na komunidad. At huwag din natin kalimutan ang part ng mga stakeholders. Sila ang ating mga kaagapay sa programang ito, Nurse Lane.
Oo, no? Ano nga ba ang future directions, Nurse Luz, ng program na ito upang lalo pang maging successful ang implementation at maging progresibo sa panahon ng pandemya?
Okay, napakagandang tanong, Nurse Lane, upang malaman natin what's in store for WINS implementation in the division. So of course, we already underscored and we already knew the problems. So bigyan natin ng solusyon at action ang mga problema dito. So unang-una, dahil nga ay wide scope na nabanggit nung una, so kailangan nating magbigay ng technical assistance, ng pag-uunawa sa programang ito, at kailangan i-intensify ang pag-inclusion ng program na ito sa other programs ng okay sa DEPED. Pangalawa, magkakaroon tayo ng capacity building. Though we already did this prior to the implementation of the program, so patuloy pa rin nating i-capacitate kasi every now and then, minsan nakakalimot, and every now and then, napakarami ng ginagawa at nare-refocus tayo. Nawawalan tayo ng focus sa programang ito. So series of capacitation will also be done in the school. And kung ano yung mga facilities na kailangan, of course, we have the 3 stars. Alam nyo kung saan kayo mahina. So yun ang i-address natin. Para later on, mapasama naman sila sa listahan ng 3 stars. And ang isa pang problema, dahil nga, there is a constant increasing population. So kailangan yung ating mga standards and the ratio of the facilities, kailangan may forecast tayo ng mga principals at mga sa school level. And then logistic and funding requirement, so meron din tayong resource generation dyan, patuloy pa rin. And we would like to acknowledge yung mga schools, no, na kahit na pandemic, nakakatuwang makita na pag nag-monitor ka sa mga schools ay makikita mo.
Nag-effort pa rin sila talaga,
yes, Nurse Lynn. Makikita mo may mga bagong hand washing facilities.
Oo, totoo yan, no? Kaya napakagandang programa ang WINS, Nurse Luz, no? Tsaka mas lalo pa natin naiintindihan ito dahil sa ating talakayan ngayong hapon to. So maraming salamat sa napakagandang talakayan. Any parting words, Nurse Luz?
Okay. Nurse Lynn, nais kong magpasalamat sa ating butihing Superintendent, Dr. Rolando Pusoy, Assistant Schools Division Superintendents, Dr. Armando Capili, Dr. Maria Selena Vega, Division Chiefs, Schools Governance Chief, Dr. Noel Elinsao, and CID Chief, Dr. Paulino Dipano, to our district supervisors, to Dr. Mary Manalo, our medical officer,
Ipon natin, Dr. Yan.
Yes, sa pagtanggap ng challenge ng programa ito. At hindi natin magagawa ito ng hindi tayo nagtutulong-tulong sa programang ito. At binabanggit ko ulit ang ating stakeholders na may patuloy nilang suportahan ang programang ito para sa ating mag-aaral na siyang pag-asa ng bayan. Sabi nga ni Helen Keller, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much.
So much. Okay, so maraming salamat at mahusay na kabuluhang pagtatalakayan sa hapong ito, Nurse Luz. No? Napakalaking bagay na naipart natin sa mga tagapagpanood natin ngayon. Marami silang natutunan sa ating mga pinag-usapan ngayong hapong ito. So, maraming salamat po. Ito po si Nurse Lane.
At ako naman po si Nurse Luz.
Magandang hapon po muli sa inyong lahat. At mabuhay po tayo. Stay safe po ang lahat.
Back. This is Sir Z, your teacher broadcaster.
Magandang araw mga kapantas!
Welcome to Aral TarlakHenyo.